Good morning.
Morning.
Look, I didn't realize we had so many intelligent and built-looking, staff in Richland County. It's an honor. Let me first, I brought my little sheet here because I want to just remind you and let you know that one of my colleagues, Ms. McBride, is sick and will not be able to inform me that they're running late, but they will be here. Let me first of all state the importance of this particular occasion. I have participated in numerous strategic plans. I understand the value of them and why we need to do them and why they're so important to the organization. So that's why we need to take this very seriously and making sure we leave here today with something that's going to be very beneficial to Richland County. We know that strategic plans help us to better utilize our resources, know what those resources look like, and manage them. Also, we understand that I think retreats help us to bring a synergy between your staff and your council so we be on the same page. I think that's extremely important too. So let's make sure when we leave here today, we leave here with a very keen understanding of where we want to go and how we plan to get there. We're not here to work out all the details and figure out every little thing here or there, but we're mainly just talk about, talk about making sure we clearly understand that vision, making sure we clearly understand what resources we need, so things of that particular nature. And understand what we value most. And then when we move in later on to our retreat, we have a better guide in terms of how do we move forward. So for those things, those minute kind of things we got to deal with, we will deal with those at the retreat. But here we want to look at the big picture and where we need to go. So again, on behalf of Richland County, the council and the citizens of Richland County, I want to thank all of you for what you do for us. We're a great county because of you, and we're going to be even a greater county because of you. So again, thank you, and let's look forward to a great day. And let me recognize Ms. Mackey, who is leading this effort on behalf of County Council. She chairs the Strategic Planning Committee for Council, and I want to commend her for the wonderful job she's done in getting us here today. Ms. Mackey, thanks so very much, and you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, and thank you all for being here. Thanks so much to Baker Tilly and staff for pulling this together and getting us all here today. Mr. Livingston hit on some great points of the strategic plan and the vision and what today is about. But also today is going to be a very tight, jam-packed day. We're going to cover a lot of things in a short period of time, but it's all going to be meaningful and useful as we work to develop this plan. So I encourage everyone to please share, give your ideas. They're all meaningful and they're all going to help us get to where we want to be, which is moving Richland County forward and making this the best place for families to live, grow, and work and stay. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mackey and Mr. Livingston. Mr. Brown, anything you want to add?
Just real briefly, they both really hit it, but as you all interact today, I know this past year, maybe year and a half, a lot of times we really haven't been with each other, so people really might just not know who we are. So just take a moment during the day when we're conversing and just introduce yourself. So when you're getting ready to give input or respond, and just take a moment to acknowledge who you are, what department you work in, as we continue to build our team together. So thank you all very much for being here. And I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Just a couple of words around kind of for lack of a better word, sort of the protocols today. You can see that the way that we've arranged the room. Up here in the front, we have the county council and, for lack of a better term, the most senior management team. And then we've got the supporting cast of the department directors here. And so in terms of roles and responsibilities, going forward, I'm going to ask that the council grant the permission to these staff members up front to be active participants in the dialogue and to contribute their ideas as we go along. There will be times along the way, particularly later in the day, where we're going to ask you to set goals and objectives and do some prioritization, and that's clearly the province of the county council. And in those instances, when we vote, we're going to be using some polling technology that only the council will participate. The directors in the back are here as a resource to you. So as you are thinking and brainstorming, and maybe you need an update on the status of a current project or clarify some policy matter, the directors are here to help you do that, and importantly, they're here to watch this process so that days and weeks and months down the road, as you're into execution, the people that run the day-to-day operations of the county will have been here and understand the intent of the council. So is that kind of clear about roles and responsibilities? And council, are you okay if we invite Mr. Brown and his immediate team to be active participants with you as part of the senior leadership team? Okay, great. Thanks very much. You have a copy of the agenda in front of you. As Ms. Mackey very aptly said, this is a jam-packed day. We're doing a lot of things, and at times it's going to feel a little bit chaotic. I'll talk about that in a minute. But we're going to move the agenda forward as quickly and as expeditiously as we can, while at the same time trying to make sure that the content is valuable and useful. So I'll talk about ground rules in a minute, but we will try to manage to this agenda pretty closely so that we end the day with what we hope to achieve. A couple of things about strategy generally, and start with a little bit of humor. Everyone know who Gilbert? Right? Did I not know who Gilbert is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So read that cartoon. Can you see it in the back? Hangs up. If you got a strategy, hang up the phone. We don't do that. You know what? One of the things that's great about Dilbert, if you follow him, is there's always a real kernel of truth there. And so sometimes strategy is as much about knowing what we don't do as what we do. So just keep that in the back of your mind. There's a tendency, particularly in public service organizations, to want to do everything, and we can't do everything. So the point of that is kind of with a little bit of levity to say strategy is as much about knowing what we're here to do as it is knowing what we're not really the right folks to do that. I found this some years ago, and I thought it was really kind of helpful to describe the personal experience of going through these kinds of sessions. And we're starting with an issue here, which is what should our future direction of the county be? And we're going to particularly this morning put a whole lot more emphasis on quantity than quality. We're going to be getting lots of ideas, lots of discussion out there, and at some point along the way, some of you, your stomachs are going to start to churn, and you're going to think, when is this ever going to end? Goodness gracious, let's get around to the business we came here to do. We will. We'll get there, mostly in the afternoon, where we'll try to pull all of those ideas together into some meaningful structure and do some prioritization and walk out of here with some goals. This is my trust the process slide. Here's some ground rules. It's always a good idea to have sort of the rules of the road. So if your cell phones are on, turn them off or turn them to silent, please. If you have to take a call, understood, that happens. You know, be as unobtrusive as you can because we're going to be working. Council sets priorities and provides staff, and the staff provides professional advice. You know, that's sort of fundamental governance, kind of an idea. But keep that in mind. That's why I talked about roles and responsibilities when we began. All participate, none dominate. What that really is giving us permission to kind of manage that process, to make sure that everyone is heard and that no one dominates. So if from time to time we ask you to let someone else talk, that's sort of the implementation of that rule. Seek first to understand and avoid killer phrases. What's a killer phrase? Give me an example of what I might mean by killer phrase.
That doesn't work.
That'll never work. That doesn't work. Right, what else? Give me another one.
That's a dumb idea.
That would be one. You got the idea. Sometimes they're a little more subtle than that. Well, we tried that before. So I remember in school, in a literature class, I guess it was, my teacher talking about the willing suspension of disbelief. There needs to be some willing suspension of disbelief, at least early on, as we're encouraging people to contribute their thoughts. And we're going to be respectful of those thoughts, and again, trust the process to finally get us to a good end. ELMO. ELMO is an idea that I learned in some Baltimore training years ago, and that stands for enough. Let's move on. So everybody here has ELMO authority. We won't always recognize when maybe we're headed down a rabbit trail, or whether we're just beating something to death. Just shout out ELMO, and we'll decide whether it's the time to move on. And I'll also retain ELMO authority too. Is that okay? Humor helps. We're doing serious work today, but let's have some fun doing it. Bio breaks is needed. There are built-in breaks along the way, but the restrooms are just on the other side of this wall, and if you gotta go, you gotta go. Any other rules that anybody here wants to propose? Is anybody objecting to those rules? Yes, ma'am.
How about a parking lot?
Parking lot, yeah, we'll use these, and that may be the outcome of an ELMO, is right. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Very good. We'll capture parking lot items on the flip chart. Okay, everybody signed on to that, right? I think this is the last one here. Structure of the plan. So this is also kind of a governance idea, is we're going to be working at this level. If you think about setting strategy, at some point you move from the highest level, which is what is our vision. Mr. Livingston talked about vision, down to what are the tasks that we need to accomplish. And somewhere along the way, it stops being aspirational and starts being achievable, starts being visionary and starts being around execution. So we're going to be working essentially at this level up. It's going to bleed over into objectives too, but what we want to walk out of here was an idea of what's your vision, what's your mission, what are your big goals, and then you'll see this again in your January retreat, and start fleshing out down now almost at the budget level about how you're going to actually do or accomplish or achieve those goals that you're setting. Make sense? So we're at the highest level here. We're at the strategic level, not the operational level. From time to time, we're going to use some online polling to anonymously capture the input of the folks here in the front of the room. And we're going to just go ahead and try this to get, one, to get you online, and two, to kind of get you used to the interface. So if you could go to, on whatever device you've got, look for the network that's called graduate_meeting. And it's going to ask you for an access code. That access code is 4629. And once you're online, then navigate to that URL there, here in the larger print at the bottom, polev.com/DavidE675. And that goes in your address bar, not in the search bar. Sometimes we get confused about that and people get lost. So go ahead and navigate, get on that line and then navigate to that site. And you should see when you get there that polling question. If you were a superhero, what superpower would you choose to have? Now that's not exactly a strategic priority, but it is making sure that that you're online and can interact with the system. So I've got 1, 2, 3. Sure, sorry, yeah. And it's written right here too. Let me move this around so you can see it. You read that down there? Does that help? Anybody not able to get to that site? That's interesting. 1, 2. There we go. This is sort of just to give you a feel of what this is going to look like. So I think everybody's on, and boy, you want to have the full smorgasbord of superpowers. Everybody understand now, and you're in the right spot. We're going to use it then now. This isn't a multiple choice. This is where you can enter some text. And the question for you is, in a brief phrase, what do you hope to achieve over the course of this workshop today? If today's worth doing, what will we have accomplished? And I've limited the number of responses to 3. So you can just type in a short phrase and we'll just watch that build. I think you'll type it in, you'll have to hit something like submit or enter or some word like that. Okay. I was expecting lots of text, so I set the text size small, but we want a future plan. We want to identify grand strategies. We want clarity on goals. I'll know which way to row. Sounds like a staff member there. A roadmap. Get clear on the big vision for the county. Funding equals mission. Okay, so how do we pay for this? Yep. Probably we'll get to that more in January than today, but a good point. Hear from colleagues about their priorities. Great. Clean and actionable plan to move the county forward cohesively and purposefully. Cohesively and purposefully. Interesting. General agreement on whatever we decide. So be able to walk out of here feeling like everybody's had a say and we can build a consensus around that. Great. We'll try to hold ourselves to this as we go along.
David E. 675, I believe.
Oh, David E. 675, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. Pollev.com. Here, I'll back up. Can you read that right here? Sorry if I moved along too fast. Everybody. So I'll go back here if you want to. Oh, it's starting to recycle, okay. See, we've got 10 results in so far. So we've seen these. These are all the same we've seen. Yeah, that's where we went. Okay, so here's a new one. Clear goals. Generate excitement and pride for the future of the county. Okay, that's a great list. Anybody want to add anything else? There we go. Better pay for county employees. See what all the department and council, see what all the departments and council need from IT, from information technology. A plan that reflects the reality of the influences on the county, clearer direction for ever-growing and demanding, growing and demographically changing county. So lots of expectations and aspirations for today, a high bar. That's good. Any more want to be added? So it's always a good idea to sort of get us loosened up a little bit and working together. And so we're gonna do a little team building kind of an exercise. I'm gonna divide you into groups. Your group number 1, these 2 tables. Your group number 2. Your group number 3. And maybe we ought to split, you don't have a teammate, you need a teammate. You can just join this group. We'll just have 3 groups. Is that okay with you? Sure. Okay. Here's the challenge. There's a deck of cards. And your objective is to build a card tower as high as you can get it to go in 4 minutes. And I'm gonna start the clock. You can only use the cards at your disposal. You can't put it on top of your computer or anything else, just the cards. 4 minutes, highest tower wins. Ready, set, go.
Well, thank you. Likewise. Have you built card towers before? So
Highest tower wins, 4 minutes.
2 at a time, like this, and you do V shape, and then you put a card across.
So like that?
Like that, yep, and then put a card across it too. Started.
We just need to get to the future. Will be fine.
Okay.
That's enough.
All right.
We've done this. I mean, this is not enough.
1 minute gone.
Okay, then the other way then. Triangle.
Okay.
We went around.
So we're gonna look at wrong days. Well, honestly,
There's like different.
there's no
There's been a
requirement.
long time since I've done
Right, and then you do it. That's the fine hour.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Mr. Grant, you got a better idea?
Nope.
Is that cheap?
I'll work with you.
Okay. I like your, I like it because it's cheap. Let's just put it hard. Why not? Get busy. Right.
That one's on that. Here.
It might be. It might be. Okay.
Those are mine. You'll stand by itself. So, when you want to
Okay.
come in?
Now it can go across the top. There you go.
Is that the top one, right?
I would want to go up.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
I'm increasing the digging on short wood. I agree. I'm.
You can't take them to the.
There isn't. I'm talking about for the voting.
Allowable. Oh my God.
Okay.
That's all they already.
Too tall. These are like, he doesn't have the tower.
Okay.
Do you want to go to the whole, or do you want to go to the three?
Long.
Okay. So it's,
I will. No, I'm worried. You do it. Somebody's got to look. I'm not too far away.
OEV.com/. Is he on the network? / David E. 675. 3 minutes, 1 minute left. David E. 675. Hey, you all in the back can pick a team and cheer them on and whatever. 30 seconds. Oh, look at this. Now, this is an interesting dynamic.
Yours went down.
You got it, that's weird.
And then the cost is 460.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Leave it alone.
Time's up. Everybody step back.
We better leave it
That
alone.
counts.
All right, Woody is going to go ahead and measure. And let's see if you want. So this is team 1 over here. What did you get, Woody?
About,
Oh,
13.
13 inches?
That's okay.
All right.
What did we got about 5? 14 numbers.
14.
4 inches.
4 inches for team 2. Team 3.
21 and a half.
21? 21, look at that. You know what?
6 seconds.
You know what?
6 seconds. 6 seconds.
I don't think those are very good. Let's do it again.
okay.
Let's do it again.
You just hit on this one, though.
This time you can only use the blue cards.
We're filing an appeal because they had 4 people.
That's right.
Everybody else is 3.
It's not fair. There's nothing on the rules that said it have to be fair. Okay? So here's the deal. We're gonna do it again. But this time I have an idea. I have a really clever idea. Let's take a little bit more time. How about 5 minutes? And let's use the first minute to develop a plan before you just start building. Are you ready?
What's the?
Same deal. You can only use the blue cards this time unless you exhaust them, and then you need to use the red cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine.
But we're gonna put you in a team.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm coming over here.
Okay. Ready, set, start your planning, go.
Let me talk about this one.
No, that's the cheating. You can't do that.
You just said it didn't have to be fair.
Woody, when you measure over here, measure from the cup up. It says you may only use the cards provided.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm not sure if it makes it, is it better than or not?
That's all right.
Okay.
I'm just getting started, then you guys can always go back.
How about I'll crease and you flip?
It's 1 minute gone. Now you ought to be building.
So, okay.
Not many of you actually spending time
3 or 4
planning.
of them together. Gotcha.
You know the red ones aren't gonna count, right?
Yeah, I'm experimenting.
All right, okay, good,
That's part of
good.
the plan.
You're a consultant then.
I'm Melanie, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I think it's gonna work.
Well, I might be able to get you set up with a polling feature. If that
It won't
works.
be necessary, I'm grabbing.
Okay.
I like it. You have to check it.
Should probably just go.
Okay.
3 minutes left.
Yeah. So, you're gonna the next person.
No, it's good.
People come in, or we can get people set up in the gym. Like, I can play in basketball.
I'm nervous, bro.
I subscribe to the link.
I'm nervous. Nervous. Because I know there's line out today, I can't be kind of nervous. I won't want my boss to look at me like I got fidgety fingers.
You play some more.
I was nervous, I'm not here. Pick that up, right?
We're good.
Shake it now.
Oh,
2 minutes.
We're gonna just put it on first. Switch the sides. You're taking something.
No, I'm just watching, I'm just observing, making sure that it's, we're not going one way or the other as you move up.
Yeah.
If we do that, will give us more base for that.
Doing this so far, yeah. Now the question is. Come this way. It feels like it's leaning just a tiny bit that way. It feels like it's going towards you just a tiny bit as you go higher.
So we have a few minutes to help get you set up with our online polling.
Y'all know that.
So that way when you have the polls, you'll
Y'all
be
making
able
a
to
nerve.
Look at this big.
participate.
One minute.
That was pretty good though.
Okay.
You're not trying to beat their defense.
Okay, here we go. Put that last one on. Let's Yeah. Okay.
Stop holding this.
Stop breathing.
Probably doing that.
I'll
Take the risk, try this, try that.
Let's wait on it.
This table, stay away from this table.
20 seconds.
Go ahead, try it.
10 seconds.
Just do one and one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Step back. Okay, Woody,
That's right.
the official scorekeeper.
Don't knock it over. What did you?
Cheating.
We built a condo.
28 inches for group 1.
We had a condo, we built two.
This is a beach home on stilts. You live in South Carolina.
Looks like 21 inches
21.
What's it with the
on the car. And you see,
Where's South Carolina? Where's South Carolina, Woody?
Now they're just curious.
you know, 14 inches on
We got 2.
That's our now.
Y'all was tall. Y'all cheated.
21. Okay. All right, so
Oh, man.
you can bet anytime you come to a team building workshop or a strategy workshop and the facilitator says we're going to do an icebreaker, there's probably some metaphor behind the whole thing. So, look at this. Well, I'll tell you what, you tell me what the metaphor is. What did we learn from this exercise? What did we learn, or what should you have learned? You're not engineers.
Creativity.
Okay, creativity.
You gotta have a plan.
A plan. Some of you actually planned, not many, but some did. So we got a plan, and with the one exception, by 1/2 of an inch, there was a disaster over here, but you had uniformly better results. Now, this was an interesting table. Both times, you decided to build 2. Now, what does that mean?
Well, we needed a backup plan. Just in case the main course fell down. Because technically we won last time, but it failed right before the end.
Well, technically, that means you lost.
Okay, I accept that, I accept that. But you asked a question about what is this?
Yes, sir.
In order to be successful, you need to have a firm foundation.
That's true. Very good. I like that. So
Use the cup.
what else? So if you think it, yes, ma'am.
The goal was to win, and once we realized we were ahead, we just said, all we have to do is not lose at this point.
Oh, that's interesting. So how do you apply that to county government?
Know what your goal is.
And you quit while you're ahead?
Exactly.
Yeah, so there are a couple of things that I did hear here. One, did anybody build anything that looked just like that?
No.
No, but I kind of implanted almost an unachievable goal in your mind. Two, I put you under time pressure. Three, you didn't have many rules to go by. So it was kind of an impossible task, but all of you, this was really interesting. I don't usually see this. This group figured out early on that if they bent the cards, they could get more structure into that and started going up. And you guys noticed that and began to mimic it. What do we call that?
Being smart.
Being smart. You adopted best practices, right? But you learn from each other, okay? And so, so anyway, this was intended to be fun, but it was also intended to be a little bit of a metaphor about what we're here to do today. Get a plan. Sometimes that means slowing down, talking to each other, collaborating with each other, learning from the successes of others to optimize your results. So thank you for indulging us in that. It was a little bit of fun, and at least the gallery back here wasn't taking sides. All right, I'm going to ask Melanie to talk about very briefly what we learned, just to feed back to you what we heard during our various interviews with you. Melanie?
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. So before we dive into some of our future visioning activities later on, we just wanted to take a few minutes and highlight really some of the key themes that we heard as we met with council members and as we met with department staff. So the next two slides are just going to highlight 6 of the most common themes. This is certainly not including all of the observations that we had heard, but just the ones that showed up more commonly. So the first theme is around strategy. So our understanding is that currently some of the clear goals and objectives are not currently established, which is why we're here today. We also understand there's an opportunity to tie some of these goals to capital funding and capital projects in the future. And then also we received some feedback about wanting to incorporate health and well-being as part of the strategic plan. Also incorporating, how infrastructure and facilities can be improved within our future strategy as well. And then also just positioning the county to be that key leader in terms of economic development and really, how to look forward and incorporate innovation as you look forward in your strategy. The second key theme was really around county branding, and we heard a lot about this in terms of really repairing the public image, continue to build a positive public image and tell the story that you all really want to tell to the public. That also includes building upon the website, building upon the social media presence, continuing to actually go out to the public, maybe perhaps getting out into the field, giving the people something to be excited about and meeting them kind of where they are. And then also updating infrastructure and portraying the county as a desirable place to work. The third theme that we understood was communication, and this includes both internal as well as external communication. So internally, between departments collaborating and coordinating with each other, improving upon cross-training where possible, increasing communication between the council as well as the departments, and then also externally in terms of being able to improve communications with the general public as well and increase that transparency. The next theme that we heard was in terms of engaging citizens, we understand that sometimes it takes a little bit of time to engage with them. So we heard kind of benchmarks around 2 weeks or more to be able to respond in a timely fashion. So sounds like a goal might be, aiming to improve the quality of service and the timeliness of services to the public. Also being able to bring the government to the people and leverage technology, improve the level of service to really kind of streamline that service with the public. In terms of engaging staff, really there's an opportunity to increase the workplace culture and engage your staff by rewarding them in terms of pay or different types of rewards that encourage the culture and keep a positive workplace environment. Also continuing to maintain a highly inclusive workplace environment based on equity and equal experience for everyone. And then the last key theme was recruiting and retaining employees. So we understand that the hiring process can take a bit of time, and so possibly have an opportunity to streamline that, revisiting pay and making sure that the county's pay is competitive. And so it portrays the county as a place that's desirable to work and is also in line with some of the competitive pay that people might receive from other organizations. There's also room to grow potentially in some of the tier system, and we understand that there were some recent changes that might provide some limitations currently. So just some room for improvement in terms of retaining and growing our employees at the county. So these are kind of the highlighted 6 themes, but we did want to pause and open it up to the group, to the council, as well as the department staff. Are there any other themes that you all would like to highlight, or anything that we didn't have highlighted here that you would like to mention?
We got it perfect, huh?
Could you just go back one?
Sure. So strategy, county branding, communication, engaging citizens, engaging staff, and then recruiting and retention were our 6 highlighted themes. Any additional feedback from the
Now, the
group?
focus here is just on internal.
What was that?
You're just focusing on internal management.
Yes, this is an internal, meaning this is the feedback that we heard from you all during our initial interviews. So this is what we understand to be kind of the key feedback points thus far. Of course, we'll be collecting more feedback throughout the day today. But if there's anything else that you would like to highlight at this time to take into consideration as you move into your visioning activities, please feel free to share.
Well,
Is that me?
I'm really concerned about engaging more partners and collaborating more. Is that in there somewhere?
Yes, collaboration, we have it under communication, so collaboration even within the departments, within the council, and then council and departments together.
From my perspective, and I don't want to take us down a rabbit hole, I don't think it's worth quibbling over. For me, I agree with everything that's listed under the county branding component. I just don't know that I would brand it as branding, because in the public sphere, and in government, branding is one thing, and then the communication that we're trying to do is another.
Right.
So at some point down the road, I might encourage us to look at what we're calling that, because there are different implications that actually impact what we're able to do when it's one thing versus another. But I definitely wholeheartedly support our ability to improve our image, but also to do a better job telling the story of who we are and what we do.
Perfect, that's great feedback, thank you. Any additional feedback or points that you all would like to contribute to?
One other thing, just to follow up on Mr. Livingston's question. This is really what we learned talking to at both the elected official level and the staff level, so internal to the organization. We did have an opportunity as well to review your most recent results of your citizen survey as well. That's really the only evidence we have about the external side.
Okay.
Other questions of staff? Do you see anything that either you disagree with or that we missed from our conversations with you? Or do these things capture your concerns as well? Okay.
I'm sorry, can I just say one more thing?
Sure.
Just also in terms of the engaging staff, I would presume that retention is part of that, but as it's not explicitly mentioned, I think that attraction and retention are huge for us.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, and that's partially why we called it out into it.
I'm so sorry, I'm not wearing glasses, even though I'm close.
Not a problem.
I'm seeing this.
But you're correct, that was definitely a highlighted point, and so we wanted to call that out as its own line item, separate from
Yeah, it
just
totally says
engaging
that, and I
staff.
didn't see it.
Okay, Perfect. So with that, I will hand it back to David to move us into our future visioning
Yeah,
activities.
thank you. So thank you for that. We just really wanted to check signals with you and make sure we heard you right. And then what we sort of expect or would anticipate will happen today is some of the goals and the objectives and so forth that you'll come up with will help address some of those themes. But it was kind of remarkable how consistent it was across the groups that we had. Sometimes there's concern that somehow, it certainly wasn't true here, that staff and council are on different pages, and we certainly did not find that. I don't want to speak for the administrator or his staff, but I've never worked with an organization where what the administrator or the manager and his team need is clear direction from you. And to the extent that you're already kind of aligned, that makes it a lot easier to do. So congratulations on that. When you walked into the room, you probably saw out in that hallway all of those images lined up on the floor. We're going to start using those, but if you'll remember just a few minutes ago I showed you that inverted pyramid. We're going to start at the highest level, which is, what is your vision for Richland County? And I want to talk a little bit here just to get definitional clarity here. When we're talking about vision, what is that? The words I like to use are, it's both aspirational, that is, what do we want to be at some time in the future? We're probably not there yet. What do we want to be? So we can communicate to the citizens and to the organization, this is what we're striving for, visioning, from a visionary point of view, and inspirational. So particularly when you're speaking to the workforce, saying, this is an organization that I want to be a part of, that vision statement, that expression of the council's intent about where they want to take the community motivates me, inspirational. And so it's an idealized description of the desired future state of the community and the organization. Idealized, desired future state. It's that kind of thing you're always reaching for and never quite getting there. That's what we mean when we say vision. Mission is much more concrete. It's about the organization, and it's about what we do. What's our purpose? Why are we here? And it's usually expressed in terms of why we exist, who we serve, and what we do. So as we go through these exercises or these activities, we're trying to get you to a common understanding of vision and mission. We will not finish today with highly polished and final vision and mission statements. So we're looking for themes, again, that you all can rally around. And then we'll go away and try to craft some language for you to look at and see. You'll see that in January. Vision, idealized description of the desired future state. Mission, what we do, who we do it for. Okay? Understand? All right, so here's what we're going to do. This says I'm going to assign you to two small groups. I'm not going to. We're going to just do this individually. And it's this group here. Think about what your own vision is. What do you aspire to for the county? What inspires you about the county? And walk up and down that hallway and look at, there's probably 250 images out there. And look at those images and select one. This is where people have a problem. One, just one. So you kind of have to look at them all. That sort of speaks to you in some way about what that vision you have in your head of where you want to take the county. And then come back and then with your partners, whoever you're partnering with at your tables, share those images with each other, talk about what it means to you, and then I'm going to ask you to come up and explain it. Say, I got this image, and this is what it means to me, and we'll capture the themes and then take a look at them. Everybody understand the assignment? So go out in the hall and pick up an image and come back.
Only get one?
Only one, yes, sir. I guarantee you there will be somebody that's going to come in and say, well, I got two. I got three. But that's okay.
Definitely not the doll beds. Did you see those doll beds? No, that's creepy.
Yeah, Lewandowski, you do the honor of your favorite.
No.
Good morning, how are you?
Yeah, I'm liking that.
I'm going that way. Gift side. So, am I into a frame? Yes, I'm eating breakfast, so I'm gonna have to move. No, you're right here.
I'm not sure I can hold it all.
But let me check.
Or you can also move the mic down a little bit.
Well, that's a good point. Thank you. That's a good point.
Sure, I can. Have a kid also? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I never got that.
I got you. All right. Mr. Walker. I just don't want to be in the frame, so my business has nothing to do with you, everything to do with, I'm trying to eat breakfast.
Nah, that bothers me when I was.
And I don't want to be in perpetuity
No, it's really okay.
for the 5 constituents that watch.
No, it's okay.
Walking
always okay.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's, it can be the Walker Chronicle. What school is your daughter in?
Huh?
What school is your daughter?
She's at Polo Road. That's elementary school. E.O. Wright Middle. Yeah.
Middle school. Is she just a sixth grader?
Yes. 6th grader, and she's in the law program there.
I didn't even know about it.
It's just not like, it's not different from lawyers. It's the acronym for Leadership Academy at Richland. So a lot of civic engagement.
However you want.
Did closing the door help? It did, it's funny, I don't know, maybe. But turning off my iPad and rebooting it, because I was very concerned. I was like, well, I don't know. Yeah. The devices are acting here. And I don't know, I sent you a. You did, and I've just been crazy. I get it, so, and then I thought about it, and it actually, I don't know if it is, even makes sense at this point, because it occurred to me like Allison's using her county phone. Right, I don't know. Basically, I'm always trying to see if I can have better things through technology. I don't succeed most of the time, but I will try.
Do you have a trash can?
Mr. Jensen. Eric Jensen.
Yes, ma'am.
Over there. And y'all are all doing
Okay.
right here.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try to eventually, no, maybe next year.
Okay.
I thought maybe.
Yeah, I'll be already Mr. Price, and that code work out on my. We need to do
So what would you have done? How did you accept them? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I
So then, I got a bunch of them. I moved, and then he came in, so I think I'm in the same spot as before.
Yeah, it didn't really matter. I don't know why you did that.
You probably, you might be.
Is it worse?
I think it's worse.
You want to say
Yes,
You're back
I was
when you
there.
Cheryl?
Yes, I'm sorry, what?
I would have gotten out and bought a whole box of cards.
probably
Yeah.
It's gonna take just a little.
They're taking individual cards.
Yeah, I gotta do shifts.
Yeah.
Are those steel toes? I got this crowd.
I know they are.
How many bowls?
Two. Third time is the time. Thank you. I just had, I'm never.
Sorry, Miss being at your first meeting.
I was trying to.
I got the same problem.
Because you never know when you come in room like this.
Yeah.
You gotta get it just right. That's
That's a Western thing. Cowboy boots.
I don't know, but I don't want to go first.
That's a popular one. That's good.
My baby. It was gonna have a baby.
Okay, that makes sense.
It was gonna have a baby. Yeah, basically, this is one of the first ones I saw, and I was like, I don't know what's I know.
But on the West, guys do that too.
All right, I think just about everybody's back.
Not fall.
Just to move this on along, we can just, I'll just take you by tables here, but we can do it individually. What I'm gonna do is we'll take this, take your image, first describe what the image is, they won't be able to tell in the back what that is, and then tell me what you saw in that. Ms. Teresa, you wanna start?
Sure.
Go ahead and tell me what that is.
So, I don't know, I just saw that and I saw, to me, it reminded me of kind of a scene in a play.
Yeah, somebody up on a balcony.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, looks like they're cheering or being cheered by a crowd. Well, I don't know. What did you see?
Yeah, it looks like they're having a great time. And to be honest, I think, you know, for us to be able to have a good time, it means there's a certain level of like prosperity and ease. And a lot of the things that need to be taken care of are taken care of.
Yeah.
Right, so you've gotten to a place where you can celebrate. And then it also spoke to me because of the kind of connection with the arts.
Lots of things in there, but basically is that we've reached a place that we can have that kind of experience, right?
Yeah.
This is a, I don't know what you call it, kind of a gearbox, lots of pieces and parts working inside of a, by the way, I'm really literal, so that's what I see. What does that say to you?
Well, it says, I saw that first, so I wanted to get it in case I didn't see anything else. But it also says, to your point, it's a system, it's well designed, everything is where it's supposed to be. It looks like, you know, it's designed to move and turn and go backwards and forwards, but it just was thoughtfully put together to work well, so.
Okay. So, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's almost an efficiency kind of a theme there.
Well, I'm all about efficiency, but to me, I was really thinking more that it works.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It does what it's supposed to be.
Okay, great. Fruit Loops, I see Fruit Loops, what do you see?
Yeah, Fruit Loops. And you can read about that when you want.
Who are you thinking of?
So really simply, when Mr. Brown interviewed me 5 months ago, I told him I'm a wash and wear person. What you see, and this is how I was wearing this when I interviewed. And cereal is as wash and wear as you get. That's what you get when you don't want to make the kids breakfast and you don't want to do anything, you're tired, you know, but it gets it done. And so that's just something that I always, you know, it's just, you know, sometimes you don't need to be too fancy. Sometimes you just need to get it done.
So there's kind of a simplicity idea there,
Yeah.
right? Every time I see someone pick that picture and it's picked off, and I kind of bite my, oh, what are they going to do with this? Mr. Pugh, tell me, this is puzzle pieces.
Yes.
What did that say to you about your vision for Richland County?
As a new component to Richland County, without a strategic plan, we're kind of like scattered puzzle pieces. But our ultimate goal is to create a strategic plan so we can get those puzzle pieces to fit exactly where they go.
So your vision isn't the disjointed thing that's there. You're saying, my vision is that it all comes together in a cohesive kind of a way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is hard to see, but this is, it's like Egyptian hieroglyphics on maybe the wall of a pyramid or something, right? Well, that's literally what it is. What did you see in that that spoke to you about the county's future?
So that is something from thousands of years ago. And so to look at that Egyptian artwork, whether in a pyramid or a cave, when I think of the Egyptians, I'm thinking of folks who literally laid a foundation for the world. And so to this day, we're still looking at their artwork, we're still admiring their artwork. And so for me, they were impactful. And so look at Richland County as an opportunity to continue to be impactful. And as we...
Impactful, okay.
Yeah, as we go into the future, that, yes, we look at being aspirational and establishing that statement, but what will we have to do to make sure the stars align so that we are, once again, going back to being impactful?
Okay, cool. Let's see, Mr. Malinowski?
I don't have one.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
You want to go to the...
I'm sorry. We should probably go with Mr. Livingston.
Okay.
I didn't mean to skip you. I don't know what I was thinking. This is a This is a women's crew team, rowers.
For me, it says that it's essential that you work together to accomplish the task. If someone on there is not pulling their share, you're not going to achieve the goal. You're not collaborating, working together, you'll never get there. And so that's kind of what that symbolizes to me. It's just the importance of everybody doing.
Of everybody working together.
Working together to go achieve the task.
Okay. I'm gonna go stick this up on the wall over here. Thank you. Where are we?
Patrick.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Pyramids.
Kind of ties in sort of with Mr. Thompson's, where it's a design and architecture that has stood the test of time and is still here today and has been around for thousands of years, and people still go there to observe it and learn from it. So I think that that's something that would be good for us to build something or have an architecture or design that decades from now, or hundreds of years from now, people actually look at and say, hey, this was a success.
Correct. Yeah. Ms. Mackey. These are skydivers, you know, big formation in the sky, falling.
I had that we are in this together. We all are taking on new heights. And it may be scary to some, others may find it exhilarating, but we've all joined hands to jump and do it together. And then the other thing I kind of thought about, but this one is like really deep. But I thought about, so it's like, it's almost like, you know, you're joined hands, you're in a team together, but you've all agreed to kind of, they're up high, right? So you're looking at it from this 10,000 foot view, where the problem is, where we're seeing it as a whole, right? And we're developing solutions as a whole instead of being so focused down
very
the ground in
interesting,
one piece. We're looking at the big picture.
That's good. That's a good deed.
Thank you.
Very deep.
Now, Mr. Brown, I'm sorry, got out of order there. Okay, this is a couple of highway overpasses. That's what it literally is. What is it from a vision point of view?
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of things. So when I see that, and I think about Richland County, I think a lot of times in getting to the future, you have to have the foundation that allows you to build something great, to get access to where you want to go. And sometimes it takes a long time, but people behind you sometimes get the benefit of all the groundwork and all the vision of the folks that came before. And for them, it becomes ease of access to or from the place of destination. So that's Richland County being a destination place. And there's also access for Richland County throughout our region. So for me, part of it is establishing, as you've heard many folks say here today, a foundation for the future. And then it's the accessibility for others to benefit from the work that ideally this group is going to do with this process.
Great. Lori? This is a silhouette of a basket of a hot air balloon. I think that's what that is.
Yeah, to me, that's sort of a two-pronged view that I see there. Number one is much the way Ms. Mackey saw it, is looking at the big picture from high above to assess where we want to go or what our aspiration truly is. Then the other is, as you get closer to achieving that goal, is being able to look at it from that same perspective and see what's been done. So it's sort of a present and a future vision.
Okay, great. Ms. Barron. This is, I'm a granddad, so I think of this as a granddad. But a mature man with an infant.
So for me, I think that's a loaded picture. Whether it is speaking from the standpoint of learning from our past and preparing for our future. I definitely think that there's so many things that we can take away, whether it's building with the future in mind, making sure that we put things in place for our younger generation while not forgetting about our elders, and really kind of connecting yesterday to today.
I don't know about you, but I'm starting to hear some repetitive themes, so we'll talk about that in a second. Mr. Walker.
I don't know about repetitive.
Repetition's good in this context.
And since Councilman Malinowski didn't select a picture, I figured he and I could share the same image.
You got his props here, right?
So when I look at that image of a turtle, there are a number of superlatives that come to mind. Longevity, perseverance.
Oh, it's a tortoise if you didn't see it.
Or a loggerhead, right?
Okay.
Purposeful, studious, methodical, steadiness, quiet, and harmless.
What's the last word? Harmless?
Harmless.
Harmless, okay.
Unless it's a snapping turtle.
Could be, yeah. So.
And that's the picture I was going to take, but I saw.
So you deferred, right? Did you look for a hare, a rabbit, so we could do the tortoise and the hare kind of?
I didn't see one.
Yeah. Okay, this is really interesting. So, well, I'll open this up to the group. Do you hear anything sort of that jumps out at you that might be sort of a synthesis of all of these things we heard? We heard a lot. Well, I don't want to say it. I'll tell you what I heard in a minute. What do you take away when you hear these leaders of Richland County talk about what they hope for, what they aspire to, what inspires them about the future of Richland County? Somebody tell me a story. What story did we just write here? Anybody want to try? It was interesting to me how many of you, the word that popped into my head, not your word, something around durability. You're trying to build something here that lasts. It lasts for a long, long, long time. You feel like maybe you feel like today you're starting to lay a foundation for that long-term, durable, maybe the right word is sustainable community, right? I heard that. I heard things about effectiveness, so we've got to get it done right. We've got to simplify things. We've got to actually put all the pieces together. Those to me sound like almost organizational at times. It's an organization that works, that fits together well. I'm not sure what else is there. I've tried a couple. What do you all see? Thinking that way. Staff, any reactions? You're allowed to talk. You look like you're ready to wait.
Yeah, I mean, a word that came to me when you were talking about, say, words like durability and sustainability, a word that came to mind for me was legacy.
Legacy, yeah. You're building a legacy.
Mm-hmm.
and it's almost a generational kind of a idea then. Yeah, great. So let's do this. Another polling. And your poll says this. What one word best describes your vision for the future of Richland County? And you can enter up to 3 one-word responses. This is going to build a word cloud, a vision word cloud. Let's see what emerges. Is everybody still online? Or do I need to give you the URL again? Where am I? Excuse me, as you see, some of the words pop up that are larger text than the other. That's an indication of multiple entries with that same term. So vision for the county is that you're leaders, that you're ethical, and then insightful, there goes another big word. Progressive. How many got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We could have as many, don't have to, but we could have as many as like 49 responses. Still entering. Lots of ideas in here. When we go away and try to craft a aspirational and inspirational vision statement for you, are these the right big ideas here? Inclusivity, effectiveness, leadership, ethics, effectiveness. Are those the things that are most that resonate most with you? Did you know there's a vision statement that exists today for Richland County? So, you know, you're aware of it? Did somebody or say yes?
I said yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there was a strategic planning process that the county went through. Ashia, help me. 2009, 2010, and there's a 2009-2014 strategic plan. Here's what you said in 2009. I say you. I think Mr. Malinowski was on the council at that time. I'm not sure if others were.
I don't know who else was around.
Okay, sorry. Here's what you said in 2009. You or the county said your vision was. Richland County will be a model community for the state and nation, national kind of prominence. Our county will be safe, diverse, sustainable. Certainly sustainability is still there. Thriving economy, opportunities for all to live, work, learn, and grow.
Sound like Bill's writing.
Is your vision different now than that? What do you think?
If I had to respond, I think there are some similarities, but I think that it's probably maybe a little bit more, I think we probably have a more focused vision. I think that one is pretty broad, and I'm not saying the vision shouldn't be, but I think that, you know, what type of model, if we were gonna say we're a model, I think this group would define what kind of model we want to be.
Yeah.
And it would kind of get a little bit more specific, even in a broad sense. But
And by the way, if it changes from then, that's not bad. It doesn't matter. It's over 10 years ago, right? And so you're in a different place with different priorities and different needs for the county. I just think it's interesting looking back. But yeah, I think the word I thought you were going to use is inspirational, perhaps. This is I don't want to say mechanical, but it's a little bit mechanical. And you all are describing something that's got a little more emotion behind it and those kind of things. You're nodding your head vigorously.
It's
Yeah.
like generic.
Yeah,
Almost generic.
bland, corporate speaky.
Well, yeah, it sounds more like aspirational as opposed to
Inspirational,
I mean, that's what I get, because certainly that is, I would think that is still the goal, that we all ran for office, you know, wanting to make sure that that Richland County government is able to provide those opportunities to live up to that statement. But it just sounds more like it's just aspirational rather than inspirational. It doesn't really inspire. It sounds good, but it doesn't really, it's like it inspires anyone.
Okay, so we're right up on time and on a little bit of a break time. Any other reactions to this? What we're going to do is take these ideas and that word cloud and try to craft a vision statement that kind of captures the essence of what you talked about today. And you'll get a chance to see that and then wordsmith it from that point forward. So we're at a break time right now. I truncated the breaks and typically I'll allow 15 minutes, only 10 to get up and stretch your legs and take a comfort break. And we'll come back and talk about mission in about 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, if we can take our seats, we'll get back to work.
So sorry.
Right, so. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming back. That's a good sign. Or maybe they locked the door. I don't know. But thank you for coming back. So remember that inverted pyramid. We've just done sort of the biggest part up there at the top, our vision. So we're starting to get an idea where you want to take the county, the community. We're now going to talk about mission. Mission, as you know, is really about the organization and what it is that we do and what our purpose is, who we serve. So I've gone out and looked at a number of county government mission statements, mostly in the Southeast, not entirely in the Southeast. And you have a handout in front of you. It's got those 10 mission statements, and they're also up here on this board. What I'd like you to do is read those and then select 3 and that come closest to. None of them are perfect. None of them will have everything you want in it. But those that you think come closest to expressing your thoughts about what our mission here at Richland County is. What's our purpose? What do we do? Who do we serve? And we'll go from there. Just spend some time reading those. And you might want to underline or otherwise highlight those terms in those mission statements that caused you to select them, things that you liked about them. Okay? So take a few minutes to do that, and then we'll see where that takes us. I'll tell you after the fact where they came from. I didn't want to bias you. Okay, most of you looks like you looked up. So the first one, effectively, efficiently, and equitably provide justice, health, and safety services to improve the quality of life of the people of our county. How many of you have that one, number 1, in your top 3? Show of hands. Just one. Is that right? Only one or 2? 3? Gone? 3. That's Travis County, Texas, home of Melanie Varghese and the University of Texas, while we're here on the South Carolina campus. Mission statement number 2 is the mission of the county to provide a balanced quality of life twice, For our citizens, we'll provide residents and businesses with equal access to high-quality services in a fiscally responsible, prudent manner. We affirm and continue to practice sustainable development throughout the county. How many of you had number 2 as one of your faves? In the front group, I got 2. This came from Prince George's County, Virginia. Number 3, the mission of county government here is county government is dedicated to providing services that are accessible to all residents and improve the quality of life in our community. How many of you had that one? Oh, this is good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the front group, and a few hands in the back. 6. Where'd that one come from? Richland County, South Carolina. That was in your 2029, or I keep saying 2025, so we're not there yet. 2009 plan. You know, usually I get the exact opposite result. Is that people don't know what the mission statement of their organization is. Now this has been sort of dormant for a while, but it's interesting that so far 6 of the folks here picked your own, or at least your most current mission statement as something that resonates with you. Number 4, provide quality public services to the citizens of all counties. Very concise, very basic. Who had that? 1, 2, 3, 4. That is Greenville County, South Carolina. Number 5. Mission statement 5, make the county the premier place to live and work in the southeastern United States through the provision of quality services to the citizens and a safe, harmonious work environment for our employees. How many of you thought that number 5 should rise to the top 3? 1, 2, a few in the back. Just 2 here, okay? That is Glenn County, Georgia. Number 6, it is county government in cooperation with the community and local government units. This is a county, so with the community and the other local government units strives through a planned process to deliver quality services that address public needs. How many of you had that in your top 3? Mr. Malhouse. 3. Right here. That is Jackson County, Michigan. I forget what the main city of Jackson County, Michigan is. Number 7, mission statement number 7. The county is committed to providing equitable opportunities and exceptional public service through good governance to ensure a safe, healthy, secure, and thriving community for all. How many had number 7? Oh wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I gotta say I'm happy about that. That's New Hanover County, North Carolina, former client of mine. I think I wrote that mission statement.
That's the money part.
Number 8. To deliver high-quality, best-value public services, programs, and facilities to meet the needs of our residents, visitors, and business today and tomorrow. How many of you had that? Oh, another popular one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That came from Collier County, Florida. That's Naples. Number 9. Mission statement number 9. This is another kind of very condensed, concise one. To deliver, our mission is to deliver efficient, high-impact service to every resident and visitor of the county. Number 9. How many like that one in your top 3? 1, 2. And then finally, mission statement number 10. In part, oh, I'm sorry. That's Fulton, number 9 was Fulton County, Georgia. And then the last one, mission statement 10. This was a long one. In partnership with our residents, county government is dedicated to enhancing the quality of life for all of our residents. As a nationally acclaimed local government, the county accepts the challenges of our changing social, physical, and economic environments by serving in an efficient manner with pride and concern for the present and excitement for the future. Number 10, how many of you have that one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. That is Henrico County, Virginia. I think that's Richmond. Yeah. So, the top 3 vote getters are number 7, number 3, and number 8. 8, you're correct. 7, 8, and 3. So let's talk about those for a minute. For those of you particularly that thought that those were not perfect, but close to what you're looking for, what stood out for you? Why did you like those? Let's start with number 3, mission statement number 3. Your current or most recent mission statement. What is it that resonated and caused you to pick up? Yeah.
Improve the quality of life. And I also like the word accessible in that one.
Accessible. And accessible, tell me more about that. What does that mean to you when you saw it?
Well, just not only that we have these services, that we provide these services, but that they are accessible to our constituents.
So you make it easy for them to take advantage of the things that you offer.
Yeah.
Right, okay. What else? Who else?
I like the to all part of it, accessible to all residents.
Okay, so that's sort of at the, to all residents, so really inclusive, right? For everybody.
I like just the quality of life aspect. I think that's key in what we want to do with the services, but quality of life means a lot to our residents.
Yeah, and of course you saw throughout these that quality of life was a pretty consistent part of really a core part of what local governments do, right? Is help enhance, sustain, preserve quality of life. Yeah.
So I chose this as well, and I echo everything that they said, particularly around quality of life. I just had a question. Are we going to come back to things that we liked but we thought were missing about this? Or
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do next, but yes, thank you for asking. She does this for a living.
I had a thought about number 3.
Yeah.
So I liked it because I thought it was concise, but I thought it also captured really a couple of things. It talked about what we're dedicated to doing, so it really kind of gave us a focus. It also talked about the comprehensive nature of the folks that we're trying to deal with in terms of our purpose. And then last but not least, you could measure those things. Did we improve it? Well, how can we can put metrics in place? Was it to all residents? We can measure those things. So I thought it kind of captured that in a way that if I asked somebody, you wouldn't get lost. What is the mission statement of our organization? It's succinct enough, but yet it allows us to do what we need to get done. And I didn't realize that was the statement. I thought the mission statement had like 2 more sentences in it.
Yeah.
So
Well, this, am I right, Ashia? I got it from material from that document that you provided
They
us.
have to add it to it later.
Yeah. That could be. That could be. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I looked for the last kind of adopted plan, but yeah, it may have been.
To add on to what Mr. Brown just articulated, that last part, the improvement part, that's where we get into being impactful.
Oh, the word here, improvement, that goes to your hieroglyph.
Yeah, I
impactful.
promote myself, but yes, sir.
Yeah. You thought I'd already forgotten, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's talk about, the best one up there, mission statement 7, New Hanover County. I'm just joking. What did you like about that? Were there themes in there, those that you picked? Yeah.
Equitable.
Equitable.
If Ms. McBride was here today, she would definitely agree with us that that needs to be somewhere in our mission statement. We're channeling her.
Okay, good. Yes, sir.
So because of my background, and I moved a lot when I was younger, I'm really sensitive to, you know, the idea that it's not just the residents, the people that have been here forever, but it's the people who are passing through, it's the businesses, it's everybody. And so I keyed on all of them. I looked for ones that talked about everybody, that not just residents, but businesses, people
So this is
passing
the
through.
for all here?
So, yeah, so exactly, the inclusivity part was important to me in any message.
Yeah, okay. What else?
I like good governance.
What does that mean to you when you say good governance? What does that mean?
How we are leading, how we.
Right.
I think it goes back to the, one of the words were, ethics. It goes back to one of the words that we had.
Oh, yeah, uh-huh.
The good governance, and then also with exceptional, public service, I think that gives us a mark to reach. It sets the bar for what our expectation is for staff and for people who engage with us, that they know that they can accept, you know, they'll have this exceptional experience with us.
Okay. Anything else? Yes.
So yes to everything, and I think the word exceptional particularly stood out to me, but also the word thriving. So
Thriving.
the other one we have a quality of life, but we've not really defined it. And I really like the idea of us having a thriving community.
So it might ultimately be a thriving quality of life or something?
That's a lot of words together, but yeah, but it's that idea.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
I like good governance too, and I feel like that speaks to accountability on our part in providing the services, so, I don't know.
Yeah, and I agree with you. One of the kind of the, I don't know whether it's an art or a craft or a science of drafting these things, is to recognize that sometimes you can find a word that really encompasses a number of, you know, different, similarly resonating kind of themes. And then let's look at the one I couldn't find here, number 8. Those of you who liked number 8, what'd you like about it?
Well, it was specific about residents, businesses, it kind of spell out.
Yeah, so that was also another way of sort of everybody that we touch, right?
Yeah, I thought this didn't have some of the feelings that were in some of the other ones that I liked as well, but I appreciated the reference to high quality.
Quality, yeah.
But also the today and tomorrow, so that forward, the fix the present, but also forward looking.
Yeah.
The one thing I liked about this one is that it also specifies the public services, the programs, and the facilities, which are also a part of meeting that public need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that goes to the sort of, if you think about the, kind of this, call it a standard, the definition of a mission statement, it talks about what we do, and what we provide, and who we do it for, so, yeah. So, let me ask then what Ms. Newton asked me earlier. So having sort of found things in these 3 kind of top vote getters that resonated with members here, are there concepts or ideas or terms that we haven't talked about that some of you think ought to be memorialized in a mission statement? Yes, Ms. Mackey.
I like, in number 6, I like plan process.
Plan process. Talk about that. What does that mean to you when you say that?
It's showing that we're not just putting this out, ideas out here, or these feelings of what we want to create, but we actually want to have a plan to get there. Because I think oftentimes we set these goals, it sounds great, and then 10 years from now we haven't achieved them and nobody's working on a plan. So acknowledging that early on that we want to have a plan to get there.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Miss English.
Where it talks about practice sustainable development.
Sustainable, yeah, sustainability. What else? What other, yes, ma'am?
Along those lines, I know 10 is super long, but I did like that it acknowledged the changing social, physical, and economic environment, so I feel like that kind of reflects back to sustainability.
Okay. I'm gonna make that a sub-point here. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So part of our mission is, it's almost also it's sustainability, may even be adaptability is, you know, economic, okay? Any other ideas that, from a mission point of view, that, how about in the back of the room? How about directors? If we were to adopt a mission statement that's got these ideas we talked about, is there anything missing from your perspective, things that the mission ought to say that we haven't talked about? Yes, sir, Mr. Malinowski.
The one thing that I liked in some of the ones I chose, the fact that we meet the needs or address the needs. That's what we should be addressing, the needs of the public.
Needs of the people you serve, right?
Well, and all who come in,
Right.
like some had visitors or whoever.
Right. Who you're serving when they're here, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else anybody wants to contribute to this idea? What are the big picture ideas that ought to be in our mission statement? Yes, ma'am.
Just one
You don't
more.
have to raise your hand.
Okay, sorry.
Just wait. We'll jump in.
I'm waiting for the chair to call on me. This is like. You know,
Well,
one
he's
thing-
not calling on you. What does that mean?
I know, right? So I think one thing that I've heard a lot from others is some kind of emotional language or aspirational language. I guess not. Something to kind of get to the heart of people.
Uh-huh.
So excitement, or that's another word that I liked in number 10 was excitement.
Excitement. You read the literature on good mission statements, and you know there are a lot of organizations. In fact, we're working with a client 2 weeks ago down in South Texas, and we're really struggling with this. And ultimately, they decided to do a combined mission vision statement partly because of that, trying to make it more aspirational. But more and more clients are saying, "Do we really need this?" My answer is yes, you do. You need to have a concise statement of what you're here to do. But there are others that suggest maybe we don't need to do that. All right.
I guess
Go ahead.
I don't think you can't put everything into your mission statement.
Right.
But one of the mission statements here, talked about fiscal responsibility, which I think is important. I think it can clearly be defined as one of the elements of good governance, or however we break out those things that are there.
Which one was that? Yeah, do you remember?
It was 7. Someone said no. No, there was the one that talked about fiscal. Number 2. In a fiscally
responsible and prudent manner.
I mean, I agree with those sentiments and want the things that we're talking about to include that. I don't know that it needs to be in the mission, but I think that the idea is one that does have a lot of bearing on how I think we should act.
So what may happen as we go along through this process is that some of these items will almost trickle down and they'll become goals or priorities. So that's one that's, I'm not suggesting it's not appropriate for a mission statement, but it would also be typical to have a strategic goal or a priority around fiscal stewardship, responsibility, whatever. Yes, sir.
This is not a deal breaker for me, but in 4, for example, it talks about incorporation with the community, and then in 10 it says in partnership with our residents. That kind of stuff that we let.
So the partnership idea is kind of what grabbed you there?
That we're doing, we're not just giving, deciding for somebody. It's in partnership with the
So is
We done it good
I
tonight,
I can't write and talk at the same time, and doing them one at a time is hard enough. We talked here, several of you talked about liking this language about for all, and with the kind of an inclusion notion under there. Is partnership inclusion, or is it maybe even a higher level of inclusion? Not only is it inclusion, but we bring people in as our partners. We just don't, I'm asking the question, is that why you like it? Partnership sounds a little stronger.
Yeah, instead of me doing something to you for you, I'm doing something with you.
With you, with instead of to.
I think get some kind of buy-in.
Collaboration.
Yeah, collaboration.
Cooperative maybe?
Cooperative, yeah, could be any number, in terms of cooperation or collaboration kind of a notion, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else we need to do to talk about what ought to be in the mission statement? We're running a little bit ahead on time, which is good, because we may need that time later. But as with the vision statement, we'll take all of these words and try to, cobble together something to bring back to you to either endorse or reject, or whatever, however you're feeling that day, perhaps. Anything else people want to say about mission statement? Again, speak now. Yes, sir.
I don't know if you want to put it in the mission statement, but continuity of government, continuity of services. We had the 2015 flood, which we're still in a recovery phase for. We've got the pandemic that's ongoing. If we don't recognize that and maybe plan for that, that would put us at a disadvantage should we have another event. And we will have other events going forward. So that's something that I think we have 2 council members here that were on council when the flood took place. And there was some pre-planning before the flood, just in normal disaster planning that helped us through that process. But there were also some shortfalls as well. So something like that I think would be important too.
Okay.
But it goes in the mission statement.
Is there a difference between continuity and sustainability? Sustainability may have kind of an environmental implication, but it may be a similar concept.
Well, I think continuity speaks to the event itself, and to be able to maintain those services that we provide through whatever event we're going through. And sustainability, in my view, goes a lot further.
I see, okay, so it's time frame, yeah. I'm sorry I stepped on you.
Operational.
Oh, okay, all right, gotcha. All right, okay. Good. All right then. So, we've now tackled the top 2 tiers in our inverted pyramid. We talked about, we don't have final statements, but we've talked about what your vision is. You've talked about what you think believe that you're here to do and for whom you're going to do it. So we're going to, again, sort of continue down that pyramid, and we're going to ask you to think about primarily the Richland County organization as opposed to the Richland County community, and talk about what you're good at, what you can get better at, what keeps you awake, and what if all of those things are true, what are the opportunities that await? Woody, you ready? Oh, sorry. Oh, we showed you that already. You already know that. So SWOT, how many have ever done a SWOT? Probably everybody in the room, right? Well, it will be familiar to you, but Woody's going to take you through this.
Use the mic or I can just talk.
I'll give you this if you want.
Oh, no, it's not.
No, here. Sorry. Okay. You're so soft-spoken.
All right, speak.
All right, how is that? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You go all right.
Get on your.
Up high. All right. 30 seconds, right, yeah. I can just speak loud. How is this? If I'm right, can you hear me? I can just talk. Yep, no problem. So just like David mentioned, we're going to walk through SWOT analysis, or SWOT, however you like to describe it. And so basically this is just 4 items that help us visualize the strategic plan in a very specific manner across these 4 categories. So everybody has one of these pads in the front group, and so we're going to be using these to populate this matrix up here. And so just to go through what each of these sections mean. So we have strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. When we're talking about strengths, we're going to be thinking internally. So what are some of our internal strengths? We can include external strengths as well, but things that we have direct control over. When we're thinking about weaknesses, similarly, this is current weaknesses right now as we approach the SWOT analysis, as we approach strengths, as we approach other weaknesses as well. Within threats, we're going to be thinking externally though. So I know we just had mentioned some floods, some larger events that might be external to the organization, but they're still germane to the strengths, the weaknesses, and the other opportunities that we're facing. And when it comes to opportunities, we want to talk about how can we benefit from these items that we spoke about. How can we come through these weaknesses? How can we turn our threats into weaknesses and then into opportunities? How can we use our strengths in the best way possible? So with your pads, I think we'll just start with strengths, and we're going to be moving counterclockwise: strengths, weaknesses, threats, opportunities. Swoot, otherwise it'd be, what would it be, stumble, salto? I don't know how to say it otherwise. So if everyone in the front here can take a moment or two, let's just take a quick minute and write out or think of your top 1, 2, 3 strengths. They're going to be repeating, so we'll just try to capture the key items that everybody is bringing up. And then once you have a chance to write down a strength, just one on the notepad, and then we'll plug it up on there as well. So what are some strengths? And then we'll do the same thing for weaknesses, threats, opportunities, but first starting with strengths. And then if you'd be so kind, we're going to ask you to elaborate on why you chose those items.
Can I ask the directors to do this?
Yeah, sure. That'd be fantastic. Let me get some more of these. There you go.
Just one per sheet?
Yes.
I have some markers, Dave.
I don't have enough. And then they're going to
I do. I'm gonna have some.
They're going to be repeating, so if you see somebody else have already put one up there, I'll collect them and place them up. But once you see one up there, definitely defer. I got it here. I got it.
Ours is the same.
Ours is the same.
But they say different now.
I don't know if what he said, maybe he did.
Sure.
One idea per note, legibly written.
Attach those there.
Yes, sir. So just one idea.
One idea per sticky note, and we're gonna do it 4 times. We'll do it first for strengths, then for weaknesses, then for threats, then for opportunities.
Yep.
One idea per note.
Oh, you said one?
One idea per sticky note.
Oh,
You can write as many sticky notes as you want to. We'll get them in a
We'll
second.
get them in a second, and if you can try to prioritize your top item, just because these are going to start to get pretty congested. So, I think guys qualify these as your top item.
Do we have any more Sharpies?
Yeah.
I think
I've exhausted them.
I don't know.
I only brought, I think I had 20.
Okay, that's okay.
So this one I'm seeing a lot, so I can put this one up here already.
Well, but we want people to talk. We can, but we want
Yep.
people to talk.
That works as well. Awesome.
Many as you want. You can what to do with the ones that they keep going, just keep stopping.
Yeah, if you wanted to stop after your first one, and then I think it seems like most everyone, if you need another more second, please take the time, but I can start to collect these top items. Awesome. Thanks so much.
That's for strength, right?
Yes.
That's my number 2.
So get people to say what they're saying and why they're saying it.
Okay. All right, and so we can start to go through these. So Ms. English, could you please talk about impact? Maybe I just picked that one up for you, so that'd be great.
We have so much that we are responsible for, and we cover so much of the county.
Yeah.
And so our impact, our, not necessarily our outreach, but our ability to touch so many different organizations is extremely important. And how we do that is affects the lives of everybody.
Yeah.
So.
Is that similar to our footprint? I mean, I was the same impact, but kind of the.
I guess so, but how we impact those lives.
Yeah.
Because,
And then this one was repeated as well. Financial position resources / we are not broke. So did one of you ladies want to speak to this?
We are not broke.
We are not.
I mean, so I guess I'll speak to that. I mean, one of the things that my district serves is mostly in the city of Columbia, and I guess this is recording.
It's live stream.
It's live stream, so I'm going to be, you know, we have like where there may be opportunities for us to use our financial resources to great impact where other entities might not have that opportunity. Okay.
And then so I have this next one, it's diversity, people and places. Diversity of people and places. So I'm not sure who I picked this one up from, but if you wrote this one, could you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Awesome.
So just, again, we have a lot of different kinds of people. We have people who are here to be at the university. We have people who have been here all their lives. We have people who farm here. We have people who are entrepreneurs here. So we have a lot of resources in terms of where we are. I mean, I think one of our taglines from before was like uniquely urban, uniquely rural, or something like that. I don't know. I don't love it, but it kind of gets to the heart of we're not just relying on one industry or.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so moving on to the next one, we have staff, and this was mentioned multiple times. So this is from directors as well as the council members as well, staff. Great people, staff. So I think I have at least 4 of these up here. So if anyone, even if you didn't write this, if you agree with that being one of the strengths, want to speak to that, that'd be great.
I will. Thank y'all for all you do. Thank you for always helping me, Tamar. Thanks for always being at all my events. I couldn't do anything without this staff. Y'all are phenomenal. So.
Yeah. I think the staff that we have a lot of staff that have been here for a while, and that historical knowledge is helpful when looking to move forward. To have folks that kind of know what happened with the board, right? And has been here still and can talk about it and plan for that next major event that might happen.
That applies, that's okay for council members too?
That does, thank you.
So another one, and then we'll put a few more up here. It's potential. This one was mentioned as well, and this is actually an item that came up in our interviews a few times as well. Not just from council members, but from directors as well. Potential, a lot of these resources that we mentioned, a lot of these strengths that we have lead into this theme of potential, and how do we capture that, how do we utilize potential. And so I know we have a few more up here. I want to just make sure that I capture these. And while we place these up here, I can just mention them as well. So financial stability, desire to improve, diverse, strength and diversity of the economy, endurance and adaptability. And these last 4, I believe, were mentioned by directors as well. So adaptability, endurance, and skilled staff to execute our initiatives. Okay, and so I think that's a good number of strengths. I know we start to see, which is really good, that there's a lot of repetition going on, a lot of driving in the same direction. let's take a moment and do the same.
That economy, wouldn't that be an opportunity? That's
Yes.
externally driven, not internal.
And so I think, yeah, we can actually put that in opportunities as well. And so when we're thinking about strengths, the internal focus is definitely more something in our direct control. And so that's a really good point. So Mel, can you move diversity over to opportunities? Somebody is a bit ahead of the game. It's right up here, diversity of economy. Yeah, that's great. Thank you for noticing that. That's great. And then, just like I mentioned, so in terms of weaknesses, what are some of our weaknesses? What are some things that we'd like to improve upon? Current state. So take a moment, write your top 1 or 2 out on a card, and then we'll do a similar thing. We'll collect these. And if you want to even think ahead to threats and opportunities and write down some for those, that'd be great. Oh, sorry.
No, these are old ones.
Okay. Do you want me to add them too?
I mean,
Okay. Sure. That works as well.
Oh, did you really? Oh my gosh. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
We have a, so we have a good amount of time.
Are we gonna have the same topic again?
Oh, okay.
Well, that was, yeah, I was
Slow
right.
down a bit. Okay. So if you just hold on, I think we're gonna have everyone speak to their own. Yeah. This is one that was mentioned for budget.
For strength, right?
Yeah. So from what it sounds like, if I'm, I guess, pontificating on the strengths, there's probably gonna be a lot of repetition and weaknesses as well. Seems like the strengths are repeated, which is a shared idea, but weaknesses are probably gonna be somewhat shared ideas. And the ones that aren't are definitely areas of interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought we were done with
I
it.
didn't know if I picked up.
Oh, sorry.
This is definitely not
All right, so we can get started with weaknesses. Who can speak to their specific weakness? If you can just, you can stay sitting, you can stand and speak to your weakness. That's your top choice.
1 to 20 pounds.
Yeah, we want a tag team on this one.
Okay.
You go first.
Okay.
Please.
We both put communication.
Okay.
And my thing is, do you clearly understand and sometimes be misunderstood?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We both said the exact same thing and put it down at the same time.
And does anyone else share communication as a weakness?
Yeah, we versus they, absolutely.
Okay. We versus they.
That's good.
And that goes into communication, and so, what I've realized is that when you talk to staff members, line staff members, you hear one thing. You speak to directors, sometimes you hear another thing. You speak to administration, you hear something else. You speak to the council member, you hear something else. So this we versus they. Some folks cultivate those types of environments, but those are the things that we must break down for continuity and communication from the top of the organization to the bottom, from the bottom to the top.
Yeah. So it's a deeper dive into communication.
I think this has been part of the communication too.
Okay.
It's always been done like that.
It's always been done this way, yeah.
Oh, yes.
And you say that that's a weakness.
Yes.
Yeah. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? Because I think other people might have a similar.
No, sometimes I found it here, not lately, but, and not often, but sometimes we ask questions about processes and how things go and why do we do it that way, and we get the answer, well, that's how it's always been done.
Would you want on, or do you want to talk about?
That's about communication, sorry.
And I was just gonna, and I didn't put mine under communication, whereas I believe staff is a strength. Staff could also be a weakness when it comes to what Derek was saying. You know, it's always been this way, not willing to change kind of thing.
What I hear is rigidity. That's what I hear between the two comments.
Can I be a co-sponsor to those council members?
So, wait, I was saying, oh, were you gonna say something different around that?
I'm talking about communication.
Oh, I was just, I'll co-sign whatever you're about to say on communication too. But on this front though, I think that there's a need to ask more questions about why we're doing whatever it is that we're doing. Sorry.
No, you're good. No, I guess communication, a little bit what Derek said, just about process, not necessarily, I mean, the how we've always done it is an issue, but also like our process, do we have the most up-to-date equipment and how we're communicating with each other? Are we using the best technology in the communication
Logistics
practices?
around.
Yeah, that piece to help ease communications within all of our groups.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
And I don't want to co-sign. Communication is a big deal for us. And I think a lot of people in a lot of different ways think that. And I would just say, sometimes we may not even be communicating with each other. We don't really know our styles. We don't really know what drives the way we receive and how we receive information.
Yeah.
We don't know what circumstances, put us in certain mindsets when we receive certain information.
Yeah.
And a lot of that gets lost when I'm trying to say something to you that I want you to understand from my perspective.
Okay.
But you're already lost because the way I approached you was already counterintuitive to how you receive information.
Yeah. So kind of making sure you're bringing the listener all along with you. They're on the same page. Is that fair?
That's part of it, yes.
Part of, okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I wrote down the budget, and the reason I put the budget is we don't have any accountability for outside agencies, be it the library, the sheriff, the schools. We give them millions of dollars, but we never ask for how it's spent. We just wait till the next year and give them millions more. Internally, the administrator can see what's taking place with those funds, but externally, we got no accountability of it.
Okay. We're still on weaknesses, so if there's any others.
Oh, yes.
Do you want to talk to this one?
Sure, I'll just try to be brief on that. So I put down a combination of turnover and succession planning. I think it's both, not trying to jump ahead, but I think it's both a weakness and an opportunity.
Okay.
We just don't have a structure in place for when talent leaves for whatever reason to be able to step right in and continue forward. There's a hitch, there's a gap. And then on the other, first being an opportunity, because of some of the things you've heard here where there are some rigid thought processes, that's an opportunity now for us just to naturally be able to kind of think differently about how we were doing things that we were doing, so.
Okay.
I had one similar to that.
I joined that, yeah.
Well, and it was more of a weakness and strength. Talking about the turnover, sorry. No, talking about just turnover, you get new staff, which is a weakness, but it's also a strength that brings in new ideas and new perspectives and helps you grow.
Okay.
So I think that turnover aspect is a weakness and a strength.
Okay.
Also turnover
as well.
With council members. We have today and gone tomorrow. And you guys have to adjust to whoever comes in, whatever attitudes, whatever they're bringing in. And it's kind of like you said, are we communicating all those things that need to be communicated?
So I wrote kind of, it relates to communication, but it also relates to why we're here. I wrote that there's a lack of alignment working towards the same goals. I think there's alignment in some places, but if your goals aren't clear, then you're not necessarily singing from the same hymn book when you're out in the field and you're trying to prioritize, and you're out in the field and you're trying to prioritize. If you're not, aligned on this is what we're trying to do, then to me, I put that that's a weakness. And then I also put, and I know things are changing, but that there's sometimes there's a lack of focus and follow through. So there's some things that get started and then they don't finish, and you're like trying to babysit all the things that are not happening. And then there are other things that kind of to that point where the can just keeps getting kicked down the road again and again and again.
Can I ask you to elaborate just a little bit more on that? So
That's a different one.
I think we talked about that a little bit in our conversation, but is it misalignment between the staff and the policy direction of the council? Is it council members that are not on the same page?
It's everybody.
It's all encompassing.
It's everybody, and it's not, I don't think it's an intentional misalignment but it's just, it hasn't been clearly articulated. It's kind of where, I've been married for over 20 years, and sometimes my husband will use certain words and say, well, this thing didn't happen. I'm like, it totally did look right here. And he's like, well, that's not the way I defined it. And I'm like, okay, well, so we have to agree on all the terminology.
I've been married 40 and still doing it.
Yes. I think one weakness is oftentimes council do not give the administration clear direction on working on a particular issue. And so I think that becomes very confusing. And there are times when I look at the administration and I go, did you get that? Did you want to talk about? I'm not clear on what direction we're giving sometimes. So I think we need to be more clear on our directions to our administration to get things done.
Did you want us to add that?
Yeah.
I'm writing it down.
Oh, perfect.
Can I follow up on what Mr. Livingston said? And also to your question is, I completely agree with what he said. And sometimes it's because the body hasn't talked enough and had an opportunity to come to agreement within itself. So I'm not sure how someone could understand what the body wants when the body hasn't articulated as a body. Like, we may have articulated as individuals, but there might be some things on our agenda tomorrow where we haven't had a chance to even just come and really talk through.
Yeah.
So that's a really good point, and I hope I'm not just getting too out in front here, but what's professional staffs will see a need for action. In the absence of guidance, they're going to do their best to execute what they think you want them to do, but the more clarity, the better. Is that a fair thing for me to say? They're not going to sit on their hands, most likely. They're going to go do something if they see an issue that needs to be addressed.
Do you want to speak to this? So this is disconnected.
Disconnected. I'm kind of co-sponsoring with
I just wear a mask.
with Councilwoman Newton. Disconnected. It falls right in line with that and communication.
Okay. Any others that the council members would like to speak to? I know we have a few up here, and then we have some that we collected from staff and directors.
So mine is a perpetual negative perception. So we get a lot of, a lot of newspaper stories are down on Richland County, and it can be really hard to overcome that in the public eye.
Okay.
So if somebody tells you, oh, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, then that is what you pick up and run with all the time.
Okay. And is that, would you say that that's a current, future, present?
It's
does that span the time
historic.
frame?
It's been for some time. I think it's starting to, maybe the ship is starting to turn. And maybe we have an opportunity to tell our story in a positive way. But yeah, that's just kind of a historic weakness that we have.
Okay. And I know I just picked up telling your story.
Right, because
That's another one.
so I completely agree with Councilwoman Teresa, and the challenge is when you look at coverage or what people say externally, that's an external thing, but you control what you say yourself, and so we have to really take control of the narrative, and we have to get that information out so that we at least aren't taking it lying down. And I know I had lunch with somebody who's extremely knowledgeable about county politics, et cetera. And then they asked some question, well, did you ever work out the penny? I'm like, yeah, actually we did. Like you weren't even paying attention. And so like if you didn't know, how many other people don't know progress that we've made on some of our key priorities?
And that sounds somewhat like a threat as well, externally.
It is a threat. It is a threat.
Okay. And so there's actually a good number of director and staff items, and I wanted to bring these up. And so a few people spoke to competitive salary, pay grade structure, employee pay. There are 3 different high-level priorities. Does anyone want to speak to these?
As a weakness.
Yes, these are all weaknesses, yeah. And if not, any of the council members want to speak on these, piggyback on any of these as well?
I know, right? You want to speak about it?
I'll speak to it.
Okay.
We've every year we go into our budget cycle, and this is only my second budget cycle coming into the organization. But one of the things that I've noticed that sort of resonated with me was, most organizations outside, one of the first things you start talking about as you go through your budget initiatives is what do we need to do for to make sure that we retain and maintain our staff and their compensation, and to make sure that we can keep them satisfied that they can take care of their lives so that they can continue to take care of Richland County. And as I was talking with people, what we found here is that really there hasn't been addressed for at least the last 2 years. We're going into the 3rd year. So as a result of that, you look at what some of the other competitors in the market are doing, like the state, they have regularly addressed theirs, which they did not do for years, but now they're doing it, which makes it much more competitive. So we need to think about, that's a big weakness.
Okay. Not the state. Find something else, but not the state. They got the higher ups. They got 32%, but the lower down got 0.
And honestly, from that perspective, I'll get right up there with you, Miss English, is that we do have, what I have found in looking at some of our wage structures is that our upper end is fairly well taken care of, but we have a lower end compensation that is not. And when you look at what the living wage in the market is, the reason those positions stay vacant is because we can't fill them at that wage because people couldn't live on them.
And so I'd actually echo that as well, since we did a good number of interviews with director, staff, council members, and this item came up a good number of times in both. So that was one item that we did see repetitively that spanned both cohorts. So thank you for speaking with that. One other one that was repeated on the director side has to do with time frame of hiring new employees, retention, and recruiting, retaining, and the focus on employees. So this is still similarly have to do with this compensation, retention, recruiting, focusing on our workforce. Does anyone want to speak to that? I know this is slightly different from the compensation side, but it's still mentioned a few times. So it seems like it's a recurring thought that is pretty prevalent.
I don't know if staff wants to speak to it, but I'll certainly co-sign that. I mean, it's a huge issue. Retention is a huge issue. We have a lot of talented employees here at the county, and we've also lost a lot of talented employees here at the county, and I think that's tough. And now that I'm listening, one thing that's surprising to me, I'm not surprised to hear about pay. I'm not surprised to hear about retention. I'm surprised that organizational culture hasn't come up. And from my perspective, and again, I'm at a weird vantage point as a council member, but as a insider, outsider, it seems to me like we have a lot of opportunities to improve organizational culture in a way that would be more satisfying for our employees.
Okay. Expectations and resources don't align, and I know alignment has been brought up from a communication perspective, so this falls perfectly in line with one of the big weaknesses that one of the council members spoke to, as well as process, ability to set things done due to lengthy processes and procedures, ability to get things done, lengthy processes and procedures. And then there's a few others on your compensation process that allows to hire, I think it's process to hire knowledge when it's lost. So again, mentioning this, how do we keep talent, how do we keep staff and retention that we want to keep within the county.
Well, that's got kind of a succession planning.
Yes, yes, and I believe that one was one that we added. Okay, and then this one, I think we've spoken to as well. Mr. Malinowski spoke to this, the weakness in control of funding limitations from the legislature, SC legislature, lack of fund control in infrastructure specifically. So we can kind
Let me
of
ask about that one.
Yeah.
I was out of the room and I apologize. But that's external, meaning limitations that the legislature puts on the county? Is that what that means? Okay, I'm sorry. Because if it's the legislature, I'm wondering if that's more of a threat than a weakness.
Agree.
And then we spoke about communication a few times, but the last two that we had picked up, unless there's any others that are outstanding that kind of people got jogged into thinking, we can collect those as well. But communication were the two other ones that we just picked up. And those, again, coming from the director at staff level, communication, and I believe the other one had to do with slow to react to things. And so that could be broader than just the communication piece. But in terms of reaction, does anyone want to speak to slow to react to things, reaction pace?
Anybody want to own that? What does that mean?
I own that, but I have to do it with this one.
This says lawsuit.
You really have to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't, I didn't write it, but I'll own it from this perspective as the administrator. So, the county, and going through a couple of different things since I've been here, we talked about, I think you heard some alignment with the conversation, I think you heard some communication, that's kind of more clear direction and directives. In order for there to be a representation of the organization,
Yeah.
and not further add to an issue, I would be slow to respond because if I hadn't heard the body address their thoughts on a particular conversation about something that would affect the organization, because by me doing that, I could then put them in a position to where now they're trying to deal with what the administrator just said.
Okay.
You know, and why did he say that? We hadn't talked about it, we hadn't voted on it, so now he's put something out there in front of us so that we don't have a clean slate. We now have to be on our response game.
Yeah.
And sometimes those kind of things can create more problems. So I think there's a certain, you can be cautious and intentional in your response, but I think sometimes there have been some things where there are opportunities that, you know, we were a little bit further behind because we hadn't got together and talked about it.
Okay.
And so, you know, to me, that certainly I can see how that could be considered a weakness by people who are looking at us saying, what's the county got to say? What's the administrator got to say about it?
Yeah.
You know, so I can see that.
And that's interesting in that there's a hierarchy and like a structural time that you should be putting towards, I think it was, reacting to things. You structurally should react slower than the council. Is that what you're saying? Or in terms of actual hierarchy forms, in terms of who's reacting when?
Well, we're actually working on that. I think part of this is us working on that. So
Yes,
myself, a lot of times in the chair are generally seen as, in some respects, the spokespersons.
Yeah.
But in all situations, is that the case? Should it be the chair? Should it be the administrator?
Yeah.
And what time and places should I stand up and say something that affects the county? But ultimately, I know the council is going to be asking questions. So
Sure.
that's part of this is kind of helping us work through that,
Yeah.
align that type of thing, so we can be more on the same page. But I can see how someone might say that we were slow in our response to situations because they didn't hear anything for some time.
Sure.
And sometimes our rules and processes get in our way too. I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta have 3 readings, you gotta take it to a committee and so forth. So if we're gonna do something about that, we have to look at our rules and processes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So some of those rules and processes could be amended. They're not imposed on you.
Both of them within our rules that we set.
And
With the exception of the, 3 readings, some items that there's some state statutes too now.
So to build on this, and my kids, call me Professor Jensen when I talk like this, but sometimes these things are in tension, change versus stability. And so, it's, the weakness is when is when we're not changing fast enough, and we should be changing faster. And the weakness is when we're, the exact opposite. And so it's what we're trying to get is to understand when it's appropriate to act quickly and when it's appropriate to wait and think things through.
Okay.
And I think that's what we're trying to get to. But you have to communicate that sometimes you gotta be slow and deliberate, and sometimes you gotta be quick and nimble. But it's hard to know when is the appropriate time to be in that continuum.
If I could just ask one more question on that, which do you think is the strength in terms of those two options?
But they're both strengths sometimes, and sometimes they're weaknesses. Okay. I mean, they can be both. It just depends on the situation. It's contextual.
Sure, definitely. And I know I saw a few here. Are those related to weaknesses? Did you want to speak?
No, these are opportunities and threats.
Awesome. So we can actually move into threats unless anyone else has any weaknesses that they want to speak to or add to the batch. All right. So threats. So these are not necessarily internal. These are external. So we want to focus on some of these items that we don't necessarily have control over, but still affect the ability to maximize our strength, or the ability to take advantage of certain opportunities, mitigate certain weaknesses. But these are external. They might even be unpredicted.
Yeah, there's unfunded mandates that the state imposes on us to pay funds out for programs that they believe we should be paying for.
Yeah.
That's the external one.
Unfunded mandates imposed on by the state. Did anybody else?
Let me add to that too.
Yeah,
Unfunded, not just mandates, but regulations too.
Okay. So this is literally the weather. Did you want to speak to literally the weather?
Well, I was looking at the graphic up there,
Yes.
and it's a storm cloud with the lightning bolt coming out of it, and so that's something that we're all going to have to respond to in the coming years as we see more storms.
Or climate-related impacts,
Yeah.
And as we develop our county, one of the biggest threats for flooding is, more paved surfaces or more unpermeable surfaces. So, yeah.
Okay. So this is vulnerability, negative PR/public perception.
Yeah, so, and I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, but, Cheryl said it, whether it's the lawsuits of just having a negative reputation within the community for whatever reason, ... I think it does put us at a disadvantage and opens us up for even more negativity.
Yeah, and it seems like that can happen anytime. It doesn't seem like it's because of one event, one instance. It seems like it's always going to be a threat. Is that fair?
Well, I don't think, I think always is, always is always. So I wouldn't say always.
Okay.
But I would say that it has been a past issue. It's been a reputation.
Okay.
I think somebody said it today, or I dreamed it one, and that is that you never, when you wake up in the morning and you open up the newspaper, you could read a story about Richland County Council that had nothing to do with you. That was from 5-10 years down the road, way back, and it's now a current issue.
Okay.
A past issue is now a current issue. Like that happened just a couple days ago.
Definitely.
Yeah, and that is tough. I mean, I like with presidential administrations, they always say, this is the president. Nobody ever confuses what, President George Washington did with what President, Barack Obama did. But with Richland County Council, they talk about us like we're just the same.
One big unit.
One big unit, sure.
Oh, sorry.
And so I'm going to speak to this one real quick. I think this was yours with Mackie. It's COVID.
Yeah.
COVID is the entire threat.
Yeah, for sure. And how we operate, we've never experienced it. And so we're all trying to still figure out how to navigate this, how to get through it, how does it impact our services, the long haul, our budget, finance. And so I think it's an ever living threat that we just don't know.
Yeah, and it may, I think COVID has kind of opened eyes, certainly mine, about other pandemics, not necessarily just COVID, but any number of pandemic-related threats that are out there.
Did anyone want to speak to COVID as well?
No.
Or is that a different one? Did you want to speak to yours?
Yeah, I don't know how to state this, but I perceive it as a threat, and that is the community's lack of understanding of the function of county government.
That is big.
Big one.
Yeah.
Community's lack of understanding of function of
county government, because one of the reasons I'm getting a lot of trouble is because they're, 90% of the things the community come to us about and giving us about are things that we're not responsible for.
Yeah.
So not to disagree, but how does that become a threat? How does that threaten you?
Well, because I'm being held accountable for something I'm not responsible for, that's a threat to me.
Right, and it also, it affects perception and like how are we delivering quality services. Like I had a constituent spend a lot of time fussing at me because of the postal service. And I wanted to assist as much as I could, but we're not responsible for the postal service, or we're required to follow certain state and government guidelines, or certain things are done by DOT, or you live on a state road, but you're upset because
The county isn't maintaining it.
correct. So, yeah.
Ms. Newton, I appreciate you. You didn't have to, second that, but I appreciate your praise for that word.
Let me co-sign on that from an operational perspective. So from a policy perspective, council is now dealing with making a decision on a program or a service that may not be, and I don't want to get off in the weeds, but may not be a need. And then, in this particular instance that was just used, because it's a very real one, so you have an agency who is actually responsible for that thing. But then the county is tasked with doing that thing. And so what you have is you have a pool of personnel, you have a pool of resources, whether that's material knowledge, now dealing with a thing that's actually another agency's responsibility. Well, because the county has routinely been a good community partner, it has now become an expectation that we do that thing.
Right.
So, and it's kind of one of those things that leads to the alignment in what we focus on. And so that's why it can be a threat, because it pulls away from other things that you're actually supposed to be doing. You're pulling resources and personnel and creating
diversion of resources.
Right. And then you have complaints about a service now you're supposed to be doing.
And it becomes a liability, legal liability, because if you do something that somebody else has responsibility for, then it becomes your responsibility and you're liable for it. So that's
like a sub-threat to that, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
And so I do have one that I picked up, I believe.
Oh, is that, no, I think that's mine. So at first I wrote expensive priorities, and then I put / competing, just to mean there are a lot of things that we want to do, and they cost money, and so and we don't have the framework in terms of how we're going to evaluate that. I mean, if you look at, we were talking about roads, it costs $1 million to pave a mile of road. That's expensive, and so when we look at that, those are just things that we have to address as we're moving forward. We don't control the cost of paving, but we do have to set our priorities and how we're going to address those realities.
Okay. So I have two back here. If I'll go to first, Mr. Thompson. So we have other employees and other employers.
Yeah. Yes. So, for example, we have staff members who work for the county. At times, they go to other employers because of more money, and so that is a realistic threat that we have to face. And the other one is absentee landlords. I think some of the council members, especially Councilmember Mackey, could attest to that, and to Director Maloney, where you have, if we have illegal dumping sites, like on Friday, Director Maloney probably had close to 15 to 20 staff members at one home cleaning up an illegal dump site in a residential community. I was there, so these are the things that we deal with. So it is a real threat where we're taking resources from one area to go clean up somebody else's mess.
Deal with those as very good. Any others? I know we have a few right here. We'll come to you first.
Mine is more larger. It's
Yes.
the polarization of our, our country all the way down to our communities. The fact that we can't get people in a room to talk about things and come together is a problem.
Okay.
I just wanted to speak about negative past perceptions, and I know this goes with communication, but Shakise and I were at a meeting where another political figure said to us, when Shakise said, well, we want to do it this way, she says, well, the county's always been sued. This won't be the first time you guys have been sued. And they were literally encouraging us to break the law. And we're like, no, they voted for us because they want us to use the wisdom, the understanding, and the knowledge that we have. But that was literally another political person's, you can just go ahead. And so it was terrible.
Wow.
We just got this attorney, maybe say that.
Okay. We're not coloring. There's a few here. Did I miss any of this in terms of?
Is that Brooks?
No, those are.
Okay.
These are from the tractors.
Perfect. So let's move on to some of these. So first one here is technology system failures.
Oh.
Well, anyone want to speak this, please, sir?
Unknown cybersecurity attacks.
Cyber.
Cyber threats.
Mainline failures. Even though most of the systems are redundant, somebody brought up weather. Natural disaster that creates a situation where we lose access.
Yeah. Probably because we cyber threats. Yeah. Technology systems failures. Thank you. And then we have two here that are combined, two different mentions. So SC legislators, TCA legislation, increased exposure.
Tort Claims Act, TCA.
Yeah. So TCA legislation and increased exposure. Did you want to speak to that?
Sure, so the word lawsuit has been floated around several times here. TCA was referring to the South Carolina Tort Claims Act. There's been a big push in the last couple of years to increase the statutory limits on those claims. And so we are now looking at increased exposure, and we'll, those lawsuits will be even more impactful than they have been in the past. And we'll get alternate ways to cover those exposures.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, that could get serious, Barry.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for speaking to them. And then we have a few more up here. Building accessibility. And so I need a little bit of help understanding this one. So is it building accessibility or actual building physical structure accessibility? Not sure whoever spoke to this.
That was mine.
Thank you, so.
And it was more of the actual building accessibility.
Okay. Physical
Not
structure.
just a building though, because we have lots of facilities throughout the county.
Yeah.
And so just accessibility to the places where the public would need to go, where employees are working, that sort of thing.
Okay, building accessibility. Publicity and trust from the community. Citizens don't trust CC, County Council. Don't believe, I knew that too. Don't believe their needs are considered. Overcome, use feedback when making decisions. Be transparent. So, anyone want to speak to these in terms of the threats that they provide? Yeah, trust from the community. Citizens don't trust county council, being transparent. And then we spoke to this in terms of communication from both groups. Actually, I believe communications come up in every area at this point, which is kind of interesting. Anyone want to speak to that? I know I botched the delivery on that one, but no? All right, so that's fine. We'll definitely add those since that's mentioned multiple times. And then the last one we have over here is instability in state funding. And then CGF in parentheses. Yes, sir.
LGF, that's local government funds.
Okay.
The council goes through the budget process and never has an answer until the very last minute from the state government. And it throws the budget process in chaos.
So just for me, being ignorant of South Carolina municipal finance, how much of your budget, to what extent are you relying on state transfer?
Local government fund is actually a smaller piece
of it. We have lots of money that comes into the government from state agencies and such, but
In the form of grants?
yes, and things of that nature. Local government fund, though, statutorily, I think ours is, I'm not exactly sure what our number is right now. I think it's about $6 million. But by state statute, there's.
Which is general revenue.
Yes, but by state statute, you're supposed to fund it every year, and if they don't, they have to come back the next year and sort of make you whole. Well, they stopped doing that in 2009. This past year was the first year since 2009, since the recession, that they actually fully funded the local government fund. And we didn't know until, I'm thinking it was May, and of course, we have to have our budget adopted. And when they fully funded it this year, it gave us an extra $1.7 million.
So that's material numbers.
Well, I'd like to add to that, that fully funded is with an asterisk. The state had a formula whereby the counties would get so much that they created, and then they decided not to follow their formula. So in now, since 2009, 12 years later, in putting it back in place, they're fully funding it according to just a new formula they created to get rid of the old one so we don't get as much.
And we will never be made whole on those years where they didn't fully fund.
Multi-millions.
As I would also say, just in terms of state funding, from a budgetary standpoint, there are several agencies that work with Richland County who receive state funding or not. And during the budget process, just by way of example, I won't be specific to a particular agency, but in a conversation, for example, is, here's what we need, Richland County. Okay, great. And have you asked anybody else for that funding? Well, yes, the state said they're not gonna give it to us, but you have it. You know, and so we have some of those types of funding issues where there are agencies that we work with who need funding that get shifted, the weight gets shifted to Richland County, the push gets shifted to Richland County, because they're not getting the funding that they feel that they need from, again, their own agency.
Does that rise to the level of an unfunded mandate, or effectively so?
If we've approved it, yes. It does.
And it's not that way for any other local, you know, it's different for county governments as compared to municipal governments. The municipal governments don't have that kind of overreach by those entities. Because it's set up by the state for the counties to actually house those and support those.
Definitely.
Do we get to go to opportunities now? That's the fun.
Yes. Yes.
So now that we've done this downer thing.
Weaknesses in the past. Yeah. And so opportunities, I think, is an interesting section because as you see the arrows, we're moving from, it doesn't have to be necessarily items that have been mentioned already, but we can conceptualize this in terms of threats we've observed, how these turn into weaknesses, and how we can make these opportunities. So I know that's a little bit more complex than just opportunities, so feel free to make the opportunities however you'd like to, but that's just one way to piggyback off of some of these threats that we'd like to mitigate. How can we turn them into opportunities, kind of a positive spin? And then strengths as well. How are some of our current strengths possibly not being utilized enough? And if they were, can be complete opportunities, can be potential ways of supporting the county. We'll start,
I just heard that there are several grants available that many of our outside agencies and inside departments apply for to help stretch the budget out and pay for items that we need.
Yeah.
Items that may be weaknesses or shortages.
Yeah. So is the opportunity to, I don't know, increase or maximize or optimize, whatever word is, your grant funding? Is that your point? There's an opportunity.
Yeah, the point is there's an opportunity to get more funds to help increase what we offer to the people.
Yeah.
Okay. And just a similar federal funds.
Yeah, I'm talking about the federal funds that's coming out now, for new transportation bills and other federal funding related to COVID. It's a good opportunity for us if we can maximize our chance of getting as much of those funds as we can.
What's your ARPA?
Plus federal COVID funding. So I added plus COVID funding as well,
yes.
additional. So opportunities in terms of new systems and policies, messaging, we write our own narrative. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I think the new policies and procedures are self-explanatory. Definitely, we need to revisit some things and create some. But we, similar to what we spoke about earlier, we do have an opportunity where we may be in the paper a lot in a negative manner. Any opportunity that we get that we can create our own narrative, whether it's singing our song about giving out gift cards or the penny tax roads being completed, whatever it is, not waiting for a story to come about us, then we react, but making the story.
Be proactive.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Definitely.
I know, I co-opted that right there. So I said, promotion, tell the story. We tell the story.
New council members' ideas and energy.
Thank
Well, I tried not to put it on the correct side.
Somebody coming after us. Come on. Better watch it, it's an election next
This is from Lori.
I think
I'm sorry, should I get on
the process that
Twitter?
we're going through
Yeah,
now,
sorry.
right now is one of our biggest opportunities, and it's because of the new council that we have. And the input from this group working together, so I see that as a huge opportunity.
This right here.
Yes.
Yeah. And Laura, while you're still on that, strategic plan to follow.
Yeah. I
Just
mean,
handed this one.
That's,
It's all along the same line.
yeah, absolutely.
You. And so there's a few over here. There's English. I feel like there's a complete about this. Yeah. Establish positive relationships, employees, talent, and new.
Yeah, and he, just the employees, the talents that our current employees have, plus the new employees when they bring them in. So, and Mr. Livingston spoke to that already.
Okay.
That's what it is. And then those positive, you notice I said positive, already established relationships. They really help things go well.
Those are the strengths, right?
What kind of, are you talking about relationships how? Elaborate on what relationships you mean.
Working with the Senate's and getting things done and trying to bring those funds in and
Gotcha.
being able to work with that.
If I could, and maybe you mentioned it though, I think we have opportunities in terms of like all of our partners. I know we talked about that from a mission perspective. We have, whether it's law enforcement or other municipalities or other state agencies or other legislators, I think we have an opportunity. We can only, build on those. As while I'm talking, one of the things that I put as a strength, which maybe is an opportunity or both, is I feel like we have all of the building blocks that we need. Like there's, I don't know, when you look at what are the important things to be the kind of community that we want, I think we have all of those building blocks. I mean, there are questions about how do we put it together and what do we do? But I think we're in a really strong position.
Okay.
So it's an opportunity around, I use consultant words, which leverage your assets or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of on the potential that was on the strength. I mean, it's that same thing. I mean, I think that whatever we really focus on, we can't do everything. I don't think we're gonna turn Richland County into Silicon Valley, for example, not because it's impossible, but just because, we already have one. But whatever, you really set our minds to, I think we have an opportunity to do it.
Yeah. Did you want to?
Well, yeah, I
Please.
threw out a lot of words because I couldn't remember where everything was on there. But I mean, we talked a lot about, diversity here. We have, good sound funding, budget, and we have a good staff, those foundational things. And so I talked about equity, growth, and economic development. And I feel like we're at that place here where we are situated in the state. We kind of see other parts of us around us growing and what we talk about in that economic development world. But we have folks still moving here. Cost of living is good. People are still coming here. They like living here. And we have the university. There's so much here. And you combine that with, diversity and our staff, that there is opportunity for more economic development growth. And I think we keep pushing and we can see that happen here for us.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a similar
Oh, cool.
sentiment. I mean, mine is like, we have room to grow.
Yeah.
And then I added and renovate.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's like I've done a lot of door knocking lately, and you kind of walk up to a house and you're like, wow, this place has these like amazing built-in cabinets and stuff. And so like you can really recognize the historic, like what's there, and then we also have room to grow.
Yeah, just kind of appreciating the legacy items, building off of it.
And
Please.
And I think a big part, and it kind of was mentioned, is that kind of, I guess, PR and letting other entities and other people know the changes, and that the 2021 council is not the 2017-18 council, and the thought process may not be exactly the same as a lot of those people, because me coming from the city, I did deal with a lot of the older council people, and well, here's with a couple of them, but from being here and, you know, doing research before I got the position, I think there's a different energy. If you're inside, you may see it, but if you're outside, you don't know, because, you know, a lot of people don't even keep up with who the different people are anymore. So I think there may need to be some PR to say, hey, this is what's going on now. We're not the entity that we were 5 years ago. So, you know, and we are moving forward and progressing.
Yeah.
And we may see it internally, but, you know, some people outside don't see it. And even, you know, because even with like affordable housing, for example, Mr. Ratio was on this committee with the city where we were on there together. It helps when you deal with other entities, and they can see that say, hey, these people are doing things differently than it was done before.
Yeah. So I have a few here from the director and the staff group. So prepare for disasters. And so this is an opportunity, the opportunity to prepare for disasters. Does anyone want to speak to this one? Yes.
There's always an opportunity to prepare for disasters.
Yeah.
What we've been through, we do a better job with training people and resources and facilities and everything.
Opportunity to
Talking about natural land management.
Natural land management.
Okay. And so this is proactive versus reactive enforcement. Did anyone want to speak to that enforcement in terms of policies, procedure, operational enforcement?
Yeah, I'll speak to it. I mean, it kind of goes along with what Dr. Thompson was talking about earlier with that site. They had all of the junk outside. A lot of things, and also goes with what Councilman Livingston was stating, with the public's perception is that people, they want so much done.
Yeah.
But I think from a staffing standpoint, that a lot of times we can only just react to things. We wait for it to come in, and then even having the staff to continue to do the proper follow-up with a timely response to it. We just don't have that here. And so we're just saying, if we're really gonna commit to the communities and making sure that we understand that we're involved, it may take more staffing so that we can actually go out, we see some of these problems, and that we can try to address them prior to citizens calling in over and over and over, and also doing proper follow-up.
Okay. Preparedness sounds like a beast as well. Yeah. So I still have one more here. So this is the opportunity to improve retention and recruitment of employees. So a similar idea that is brought up within weaknesses and threats as well. How do we improve the retention and the recruitment of employees? This is a huge opportunity for the county council. Did anyone want to speak to this? And even if it just resonates as well, anyone else wants to speak to how this is an opportunity?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, so it's the opportunity for retention and recruitment of employees at the county.
I agree.
Okay. All right, so these are all of our strengths, weaknesses, threats, opportunities. Does anyone want to talk about some of the things that we've spoken about? Maybe something that stuck out that they hadn't considered, hadn't thought about prior, or something that they feel should be elevated among some of the other concerns when it comes to weaknesses or threats. Some opportunities that they're excited about, strengths that they think are under maximized.
Could I add an
Please.
opportunity? Sorry.
Yeah.
And I've heard us kind of talking about it, but I think that we are in a time when we're soliciting more community feedback. So to Mr. Livingston's previous point, you know, it's not things we're doing to you or for you, but things we're doing with you. And I think that that's a positive trend that I think is an opportunity for us to continue. That's important to everything that we're doing, you know, getting community involvement and feedback and buy-in.
Yeah, and I don't have this as something to put on the board. It's really more of a very, very recent testimonial to the idea of opportunity and you know, whether or not people are paying attention.
Okay.
So a few council members will know that they talked to me about it. I think last week I had just a real bad headache, and I actually got up and I went out walking. I've had a couple of my colleagues talk about how they just go out and take a walk, and I did this for the first time. Went up, I started walking down the street, and a guy was getting out of his car, and he stopped me, and I didn't know this man from the man in the moon, and he said his name, and he said, you don't know me, and he said, but I just want to tell you, I see what y'all are doing. Keep up the good work.
Wow.
And it was a citizen. I called my wife.
Yeah.
The people that know, I forget everything, will understand. It was like, God was like, hey, you keep on.
Amen.
I mean, because it was kind of like one of those times.
Yeah.
And so I was like, wow. I mean, so it kind of reinforced that there are some opportunities we can capitalize on, but that there may be might be a few, maybe a lot, I don't know.
Yeah.
But somebody's paying attention, somebody's watching, and we are, in some people's minds, we're improving,
Yeah.
and we just need to capitalize on that. And so that's why I'm really excited about what's happening today.
Yeah.
And I appreciate all the council members being here, because it's a big deal.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that we can capitalize on the energy like you just talked about, Mr. Wright, and the result will be something that we can utilize to propel us to reach the height that we're trying to be inspired to. And so,
Did your headache vanish?
no, it did. It did. As a matter of fact, I was sweating apparently, because somebody said, "Why were you sweating?" And I didn't know I was sweating. But it did not vanish. But by 4 o'clock, it did subside. So, I wish I did again.
But that's an opportunity too, because we don't, I mean, I don't know that we celebrate our successes as much as we could. And by that, I don't just mean the really big things. I mean, you have to celebrate even the small wins. And I think that that's an opportunity that we have just, you know, as an organization where people work really, really hard. And while it's not the same as, you know, a pay raise, I think that, you know, nobody's going to say no to words of affirmation for what they do.
Definitely.
I think one of the opportunities too is I think we currently have a lot of our CEOs of our large companies are kind of enthusiastic this is the time about getting some things done, whether it's Dominion, Casimir Dominion, Colonial Life, Honor, even Nephron, Blue Kennedy. I think we got some really, really, you know, the person I spoke with recently, Bob Anthony Brewer, that's coming here. I think that's some really, really, really good CEOs who are committed to getting the things done that we need to work with. Major companies.
I want to thank you all very much for this great work you just did. This was really helpful. Good job. And even better news, it's lunchtime.
Yes.
40 minutes further than 30.
Or we could start 10 minutes earlier. All right, we'll stick to the schedule. We'll reconvene at 1, and I think lunch is here.
it's not performance measures, but it's kind of performance measures. It would be what kind of evidence would we look to within the organization, within the community, that would suggest to you we're making progress. So with that, Melanie, take it away.
Perfect. Thanks, David, and hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. Please feel free to continue eating as needed. So as David mentioned, some of our activities that we already went through, so we recapped our vision, our mission, we went through our SWOT analysis, really highlighting our strengths, our weaknesses, threats, and opportunities. And now we want to look forward into the future. So I know briefly we had some comments around, we don't want to just have ideas. We want to know that that plan is achievable. That plan in the future, maybe 5-10 years from now, we can look back at this and say, these are the points that we had mentioned, and we have achieved these goals, or at least made progress on our goals. So really this is going to be an open platform for you all in the next 20-30 minutes to just brainstorm and think through what does that look like. Years from now, when you look back, what are the tangible items that you want to measure and be able to provide data on in terms of how you were able to grow from this point onward. So we will kind of open up the floor. Actually, maybe I'll give you all maybe 2 or 3 minutes just to kind of think through some quiet time, and then we will open up the floor and just kind of write down and capture some of the information that you're going to share. So please take a few minutes and just think through kind of in the future state, what would you like to measure and identify as a success point, as what your win is going to be.
Yes, are you? No.
Yeah. Give everyone another minute or so. Okay. Any thoughts? So again, the question is, if Richland County were to fully realize its vision and accomplish its mission, how would things be different? How would you recognize it? How would you measure it? Yes, Ms. Hackman?
I'd say at least about 95% of our population workforce have a livable wage.
Could you repeat that?
A livable wage for our...
Livable wage.
For the county workforce you're talking about?
Well, no, not county workforce, the county as a whole.
Okay.
Not just county employees, but...
Okay. Any other thoughts? Yes.
I think we'd see more positive media stories about things that we're doing.
I don't know what the number would be, but in terms of media coverage, you know, if we know what the number is now, that there's maybe a percentage increase of positive media over current. Is it sentiment? That's what it's called. Sentiment. Great. There's a professional next to me.
I had a defined identity.
Can you elaborate a little on that? How do you mean?
Yeah, like when people or residents would talk about Richland County, it's defined. They can clearly talk about Richland County. And I think right now we don't have just a defined identity.
Okay.
Would that be like branding?
Is that a question? Branding, I heard. So when we say defined identity, clearly understand Richland County, I guess what the vision is, the mission, what Richland County does and what the county does not take care of.
I think that we would have, if we were firing on all cylinders, we would have increased economic growth.
Okay.
And I also think that I don't know how we would measure it, or if we measure it now, but, you know, there is an idea about media sentiment, but I would like to see just a general public sentiment, like, you know, we're happy we live here.
Public satisfaction?
Yeah.
Okay.
That citizen survey you, I guess, did in early this year, is that an annual, you do that regularly, or is that a one-off? You know? For those that have been around a while, is that an annual kind of discipline you go through?
It was a one-off. The last one had been done in, I think, 2008, prior to that.
Okay.
Also improve infrastructure, so buildings, technology.
Along with that, I would say that the equity of the infrastructure. I am uniquely rural. So I'd like to see that infrastructure, those paved roads, the water, the sewer, the broadband, especially when COVID hit. My area didn't have access to that educational piece that was out there because a lot of people lack that internet access.
Okay.
Like broadband access specifically? Is that what you mean?
Internet, period.
Oh, internet.
When I say uniquely rural, I'm way out there.
I'd say a positive, attractive business climate.
Yes.
Positive, attractive business climate. So are you speaking specifically to being able to attract, recruit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the evidence would be that these businesses are showing up and they're happy to be here.
Right.
Gotcha.
And saying.
And saying.
I think this is, I know, might be a little before what you're saying, but I think that there's a shared vision.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that on all the levels. I mean a shared vision in terms of council and the county, but I mean of the community. There are communities out there who have a picture of this is where we're going collectively and this is what we're moving towards. And I would like to see us be that kind of community too.
Okay, so kind of hand in hand with the defined identity, but being able to communicate that and share that vision. Is that fair?
Yes, I mean, for example, I used to live in Texas. Texas has a defined identity, but Texas doesn't, I don't think necessarily have a shared vision of this is where we're going. And so to me, they're a little bit, they can go hand in hand or be different.
Okay.
I think we would be remiss to not put something as it relates to the retaining our staff and the competitive wages. I don't know how you want to phrase it, but it's come up in every area. So I think it's something that we definitely want to put on our radar.
And could we, like, as part of that we, you know, we attract top talent, we attract, we attract them and keep them.
And that employee morale is part of that conversation as we look at retention of staff members, top talent.
Okay.
I think that we'll also, people will just start talking. We'll see collaboration and communication and breaking down of barriers throughout the area, not just internally, but with our sister cities and communities. And that would be a sign that we're successful.
So both internally as well as.
And externally, yeah.
And to that, Richland County would then become the model.
Can we dive into that? So in terms of being the model, how specifically could we measure that? Are there metrics that we collect currently, or metrics that, data points that you might need to collect to be able to, you know, quantify that model? And that's open to anyone.
I'll put a thought out there, and I'll just say, for example, we probably had, I don't know how many calls you got, Lori. We had a few counties, I can think of 3 counties and maybe 2 or 3 cities that called us and asked us how we were framing our ARP funding for the COVID-19 stipend that we did. And they specifically wanted to know how we broke it down and how we, so in that, I think that being able to become a resource for other organizations rather than always calling out to other organizations, so we can look at, you know, that type of a thing. And, you know, as we look at, you know, how you would measure something like that. But that would just be an example to me in my mind about, you know, something where we were, I guess, kind of on the, at least locally on the forefront, and then we started having people contact us, asking us how we did what we did and to assist them with that.
So serving more as that resource versus actually seeking that assistance.
I also, I also just put on my list that there would be a process to review success. So like whatever we set our goals, if there's something that we use to go back, whether it's a dashboard or whatever, but we have the tools and the process so that we always know if we're moving forward.
And a connectivity between the organization as a whole, performance, and being able to link that to council members and staff members in terms of their productivity.
Okay.
And we can also, in addition to productivity, you can add the word impact.
Impact?
That's the word of the day.
Keep being great.
That's the word of the day.
It's all tying together. Any other thoughts? How will we measure progress?
Looking at benchmark studies on like-kind groups, not just in South Carolina, but like-kind communities to us within the region. Sometimes it's easy to be a big fish in a little pond, but if you expand that pond, you want to
be able to be significant as well.
Another one is completion of projects.
You talk about maybe capital projects primarily, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Roads, infrastructure, sewer, water.
And since Miss Yvonne McBride isn't here, DSS.
But even smaller initiatives, for me, I mean, there are a lot of cases where there might be something that was being worked on, and it's like, oh, we're almost there, and then some crisis happens, and so then we move on that, and then some other crisis happens, and then all of a sudden you're on item L, and it's like, well, whatever happened to A through K?
So I'm gonna do too much talking, so I apologize in advance. But I think in terms of evidence of success, for me, there are a couple things that we talk about that I think we would begin to really take intentional focus on. So we talk about being proactive versus reactive, for example. And we use the term preventative sometimes. And for me, those are literally three very different funding mechanisms, and they're three very different approaches as to how you behave. So I would like for us, if it's a success for us to this be happening, that we would become, at a minimum, a proactive organization. A lot of times right now, and some of it's by function of government, but we are very heavily reactive. And we view being proactive as taking a quick response to being reactive. But it's still all just being reactive. It's not proactive. And so something like what we're doing now will hopefully put us in a position to where, going back to what you did in the very beginning with Dilbert, is that the thing that we're doing is the thing that we don't do because we said that's not what we do. So that may be in some instances being reactive rather than being proactive, rather than saying, oh, well, let me see how we can do this thing that we already know we don't actually do.
Right.
And then I'll stop there because funding for all those things certainly comes into play down the line. But
Yeah, so becoming proactive, also tying back to what that identity is and defining kind of clear roles and responsibilities.
On that, oh, sorry. One of the things that I wrote was that we would be more efficient with our decision making, because if we have these clear goals, priorities, values, etc., not that we don't still make tough decisions, but we have the framework that makes action easier.
Okay. Mr. David?
I was going to actually add to what Mr. Brown said. When it comes to being proactive, I think it goes right back to the media and some of the other identity and branding. If we start being proactive, instead of hearing news media stories about what we didn't do, we start hearing news media stories or public commentary or customer satisfaction goes up, then all of our markets go up in a sense as a county.
And I think it's also important to think through, what is the story that you want the media to portray? What kind of areas do you want the media to share in terms of the good progress that's being made as well? So, at least you can work towards that if you know what you want to be put out there. So that kind of goes hand in hand with this conversation. What do you want the public to know about the county? What do you want them to see you all doing in terms of being able to make progress? What do some of those news stories look like? Any thoughts?
Well, I think about the new Greenway piece that opened, and we just approved these monies to go towards, building a connection to an island that's nearby. And you know, I'd love to see news stories about all of the people that are out enjoying this project that's funded by the county, you know. We haven't said a lot about this, but there's all this like comparative kind of language that happens, especially when it comes around like election times and stuff. Oh, we want to be more like this, we want to be more like this, we don't want to be behind these other places, especially in our state. And we see those places, we see the people out on the streets shopping and dining and doing cultural things and enjoying the projects that have been built there. And that is not something we are currently seeing so much. So I'd like news stories to look a lot like that too.
I'm just curious, who are some of those, for lack of a better word, benchmarks or comparison points typically? Who are you comparing and contrasting to?
Well, it's always Charleston and Greenville, right?
The other big counties.
Yeah.
So I guess it was, so you talked, Ms. Mackey, I think it was you about identity, right?
Commercial.
And would Charleston, for example, be a county with an identity? If Richland County has none, Charleston is one that has one, right? If somebody from out of state, when I hear Charleston, you know, I get a mental image, I know where it is, I know about it and so forth. Part of it is probably just your name, maybe if it was Columbia County, it might be different, I don't know.
Mr. Livingston?
What was that thought I had? Well, getting back to the public information, we have to figure out a way to get the media to pay attention to and print positive stories. I mean, there's a lot of positive things going on. You can give it to the media, but they choose not to print it. They prefer the negative news. So we got to figure out a way to change that paradigm.
Yeah, this is, I'm sorry, and this just popped in my head as I listened to you just now. So Columbia is the state capital. It's the home of the university, right?
Yeah, it is.
And I think about Austin, Texas, and Austin, Texas has a real identity, and it's our state capital and the home of the university. It seems like really leverageable assets there. We haven't talked any today about town-gown kind of relationships or town capital relationships, and maybe as we get into this later, those may be important things to talk about. I don't know.
If I could,
Excuse me.
Yes.
I don't want to talk too much, but on this issue, we did a survey of site selection consultants, real estate consultants across the country, and asked them their impressions of Richland County.
Okay.
By and large, they had no idea where Richland County is. That many of them responded back and explained it's Columbia, South Carolina, and then they were like, oh, okay. Still, even after you mentioned Columbia, South Carolina, we still lack identity. One of the challenges we have as a community, as a region, is that we haven't agreed that Columbia is our brand. To give you an example, a few years ago, I spoke to this group, to Richland County Council, and was somewhat chastised because we talked about Columbia instead of Richland County. Our brand outside is Columbia. However, we have any number of groups in our community that market themselves as Midlands or Central SC, and any number of made-up names. And the reason that happens is because there hasn't been the will to overcome that. So nobody's gone over to Lexington County Council and said, guys, if you're in California, you're not telling me you're from Lexington County, you're telling me you're from Columbia. Nobody's been willing to go over there and make that happen. That's the difference between good communities and ones that don't have an identity. Is the good ones take on those challenges. They don't say, oh, well, we'll just never convince them to do that. They say, that's a challenge, and we're going to do it.
And with that said, no one ever said they're going to Mecklenburg County, they're going to Shaw. They're going to Shaw.
if I could, yeah, that's tough, and to Mr. Rubel's point, Columbia, like we're talking about Richland County, but if this was a Columbia,
meeting, and they would talk about problems with Columbia having an identity, et cetera. But if I could go back to Ms. Teresio's previous comment where she talked about news stories about people, recreating, et cetera. If I can just separate that, I would love the news stories, but even if I couldn't get the news stories, to me, one of those metrics is gonna be people enjoying living here, enjoying the things that we provide, whether they're enjoying the deer in their yard because they live in a really rural area, or they're enjoying the river, or they're enjoying something artistic. I would love to see people just really that part of that quality of life is I have fun living here. This is a good place to be. And I guess to that point in the identity, a sense of place.
Or pride in your community.
And the one thing is that what we can't do is just like when there's something we want the media to cover, then go try to get them to cover. You have to have an ongoing relationship with those people all the time so that when it's something that you want them to cover, they're willing to do it because you have a relationship with them, not just because, hey, I want you to cover this item. So I think that's one thing is we need a media relations department that actually has a relationship with the media on an ongoing basis.
Really good thoughts, really good stuff. Anything else before we, did I see a hand about to go up back there in the back? Okay, all right. Just scratching, huh?
Yeah, and I'll kind of move this to the side as well, so you all can take a look at our SWOT analysis again and just kind of revisit also, are these opportunities captured within our evidence of success? Are things kind of tying together? Is there something that's missing on our SWOT analysis board that we haven't captured in terms of evidence of success? Yes?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody mentioned it, but I think one good indicator is our population increasing? And is our tax base increasing?
Would you say that it's population increase and revenue increase? And that's just a question.
I think, yes ma'am, I do. Well, I think they're different. I think, because the more businesses you have come in, that expands the tax base as well. But I think those are two indicators of success.
One I hear a lot in these kind of sessions, and I don't know the statistics here, but many, particularly urban kinds of places, counties and cities, is what's the mix of revenues, the balance of commercial versus revenue, and where is the tax burden fall? I don't know what it is here. How much is it? I'm confessing because I really don't know your municipal finance model, but to what extent are you dependent either on sales tax or property taxes, and then what does that tell you about economic development and how where the tax burden falls? Is it on the commercial side, the industrial side, or residential? So sometimes evidence of success would be to shift the burden in a way that offloads the dependence on revenue from residential development. I don't know where you are on that, just a thought.
Any last thoughts in terms of evidence of success? Surely if you have any other thoughts after this session, we will have some time at the end of the day for kind of open discussion or anything that we didn't capture here. But any last thoughts or input in terms of anything that is not currently captured? Okay, perfect. Thank you all for your input.
If we can put those up on, because we'll let them reference them. We're gonna move on into the goals. Where's
the clicker is here.
So we're gonna kind of continue the thought process that Melanie kind of laid out for you. Let's just pretend that we are I don't know, pick a time frame, 10, 15 years out in the future. And we're looking back on November 15th, 2021, and we say, you know, that was the day that we took that important turn in the right direction. And we are really succeeding beyond what we ever expected. We are leveraging all of our strengths. We're taking advantage of all of these great things we know about our organization and our community. We are addressing and overcoming our weaknesses. We're mitigating our threats. We're seizing opportunities. We're accomplishing our mission. So you're out there in your mind and you look back and say, boy, 15 years ago, let's just pick 15 years ago, that day at the Graduate Columbia making inflection point. That's when all good things began. What specific actions did you take, looking back from that position of great success? Want to raise a question or ask a question?
Oh, no, I was gonna say, I was gonna answer.
Okay, so, good, I'm glad you're enthusiastic.
Okay.
This is gonna be another sticky note exercise.
Okay.
So here's what we're gonna do. On your sticky notes, think about that question. Looking back from great success, what did we do specifically? So I can't ever remember, I'm not smart enough to remember whether this is inductive or deductive reasoning, but we're gonna move from the detail ultimately to roll up to the big picture. But this is really action-oriented things. What actions did we take from November 15, 2001 to this day, 15 years in the future, that got us to where we are? One idea per note. No rules about what you can and can't put. One per note, written legibly. And we're going to use this template up here to try to start making some sense out of this. We lost our little vision thing here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, does everybody understand the game?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to give you about 5 minutes or a little bit more. I'll just watch your heads, and when the heads start to come back up, we'll see what you got. But we'll try to make sense of this and see what you come up with. In Facilitation 101, for what it's worth, this little technique is called future pull. We're thinking about the future and you know, how is the future pulling us towards that desired future state? Can you hear me okay without this microphone? Surprise, surprise. Just hang on a second. I want to look at that talk. So we put in the middle of that chart right there, just a really, really abbreviated vision from what your word cloud said this morning. Effective, inclusive leaders. How do we get to be there? And where, oh, Melody put them up there. Think about those actions, what actions would it take to drive those success metrics you just talked about? What would you have to do to make the needle move in the direction that you said you wanted to move?
That's not that. This was that. And then when you did that, I just missed the user. That's the evidence. I think we did it down. This was, maybe, I don't
Just so they can.
I may need this in the minutes. Okay, keep working, but who's got one? I just need one.
I got 4.
Well, I just want one. Give me one. What's your favorite?
He likes all 4.
You're gonna get them all. They're no
Oh, man.
One of the first one of these things I did probably 20 years ago, like kind of just like that. A councilwoman in Arlington, Texas said, "You're making me choose between my babies." To which my response was, "That's why you get paid the big bucks." There you go, the big bucks. All of council agreed to focus on a goal, not just a district. So this is kind of, this is, and I'm gonna presuppose something, and I'm gonna let you edit me later, but let's call that kind of governance, right? We've addressed some governance challenges looking back from great success. Who else in the room has got related ideas around improved governance? Governance is one of the things we talked about earlier. How you operate as a governing body. Is there any other stuff out there that might be related to that?
I don't know if this is or not, but one of the things that I put was accountability on success metrics.
Okay, so yeah. So that could be the accountability of the council, is probably the accountability of the staff as well, right?
Everybody.
Everybody. Okay, I like it. So accountability, we are gonna focus, we're gonna consider the whole, and we're gonna be accountable. Looking back from great success, that's what made a difference. We just said, we're here to represent the county as a whole, and we're gonna hold each other and our organization accountable for the results we produce.
Another one of mine was, well, I can make it down with it.
We're still staying on governance.
Well, governance is me here.
We adjusted our operating processes, practice to meet our goals instead of doing the same things. Again, so yeah, we got kind of a theme developing here. It's around governance, it's around efficiency, yeah. Budget to priorities. Does that fit? Is that the same idea?
That was one, yes.
Okay. What do you catch? You staying up? Good.
Governance.
Yes, sir.
Just realize that the city of Columbia in Richland County.
Talk about that some more. Everybody laughs, so they know what that means apparently. But the city of Columbia that's making people understand that?
Yeah. Or we're not getting a debate about, well, we can't do that because that's the city. Not realizing that that's a part of Richland County. It's not us or them.
Okay. Yes, sir. What does this one say?
Joint meetings with other local governments.
Joint meetings with local governments. Okay, looking back from great success, we made it a deliberate, intentional, thoughtful kind of part of our process to interact with the other communities in this county.
Mine did that, same thing.
So this says joint meetings with other local governments. This says we calendared intergovernmental social events.
Yeah.
So still, social's part of collaboration, right?
It is, absolutely, it's huge.
All right, I have one more government,
Yes, ma'am.
and this is my last one.
Reevaluated our plan, this plan that we're building right now.
Correct, because you said, what, 15 years from now?
Yep.
So, yeah, so we may want to calibrate it along the way, right?
So for us to be successful in 15 years, we need to reevaluate this plan in 3 years and adjust it as needed.
Anything, anybody else have something that might fall broadly with this idea of we've improved our manner of governing? Now what we've defined that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I thought that this might go someplace else, I'm not sure, but I put that we have plans and infrastructure in place to support growth. So I don't know if that goes here or if that goes as like an evidence of success.
Let's make that the start of another one, just for now. But let's come back here. Because yeah, this may be a little bit more granular than this.
Okay.
So what we're saying at this point, and by the way, I'm going to give you meaning the members of the council, once we've done all of this, to get up here and rearrange them in a way that makes sense to you before we decide what they mean, okay? So this is just a first cut. So we said we want to govern better than we govern today. That's a strategic priority for us. And that looks like we're focusing on the whole and not just our districts. We are treating the city of Columbia, and we understand that that's within Richland County. We are focused on accountability. We're interacting with our partner cities, our people that have the same vested interests, right, that we have. We've revised policies and procedures to enable all of that. We're thinking about budgeting in a way that drives our important priorities, and we reevaluated this strategic plan on a periodic basis to make sure that it continues to get you moving towards that future success we're looking for. Does that sound about right? Shared vision.
I mean, I don't know, to me, that's,
What about it? Is there a verb that goes in front of that? What would
I mean,
that?
we have to create it.
Uh-huh. I think that fits.
Is it?
Well, I think something for now.
Because otherwise you can't, what are you,
Right. Yeah, so how do you get the council to agree to say, yeah, I agree with this vision as a whole, and that's good for my district, therefore I can sign on to this, right? I mean, there inevitably are going to be district-specific kinds of concerns, but. So give me another idea. What's another category? Pick another one. Anybody?
More operational focus. One is to directly address employee-related matters, and we modernize technology. So we'll put them together, operational excellence.
We'll try that for now. Addressed employee-related matters, operational excellence. Is that one or two ideas?
One is an objective, the other one is a strategy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, gotcha. Modernized technology, operating, okay, got it. Yeah, our nomenclature's a little different. I use the terms just reverse from what you did, but I got it. So what's a higher level? Yeah, I'm sorry, stop reading. This says, this is the higher level idea. One of the things we did to get to that future success is we addressed employee-related matters, all of the things you talked about here around your human capital, basically, and we modernized our technology. What else? Are there other things out there that sort of go to this, well, I like the term he used here, operational excellence. How are we as operational as we can be? Increased pay, all right.
Well, that's the same thing, competitive salary.
That's fine, we'll put it up there. So, I'm gonna hold this one for a minute. We adopted competitive salaries from our employees starting back there in 2021, and we increased pay. Same idea. One just different ways of saying the same thing. We want to be competitive. That goes to, recruitment and retention that you talked about over there. This says proactive maintenance plans began and customer satisfaction skyrocketed. I'm wondering if that goes operational excellence, or you were talking here about success metrics.
Oh no, that was about growth. Because we've talked about growth and more people coming, and that is that we have actual plans to accommodate that growth that supports our quality of life. So, you know, whether you call it smart growth or infrastructure planning, that's different from what
Yeah, I think this is more internal excellence, operational kind of stuff here. Do you agree?
Yeah, mine's internal, yeah.
You agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
That's why I threw that one out there.
Okay. What else?
Encourage investment in employee development, training, education, association.
All right, investing in our people. Not just about salaries, but it's everything about it. Encouraging investing in employee development, training, educational. what is this?
Associations.
Oh, and letting them be active in their various associations.
And you can include council members there too now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, by the way, I saw you at the exhibition.
Sorry, I didn't
So
hear.
you can include council members on that one too. You said employees,
Oh, okay.
training and everything else.
Is it okay if I make that change, Lori?
Oh, sure. He's chair.
Wait a minute, is that the only reason?
There wasn't much other entry to make, right?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Now forget them. All right, and council.
No, I agree with that. An educated council, one that understands the operation of government, is critical.
Is this a related
Yes,
operation?
so let me read it first. 15 years in the future.
15 years in the future.
A strategic action taken by me would be to have taken up residence in a senior living facility.
Wow.
How's that?
Not everybody can be in the parking lot.
Give me enough. Give me a good one.
You can read it.
We created a PR team focused on perception.
Wow.
Is that operational excellence, or is that the start of a brand new strategy? Boy, you've talked a lot today
That's a
about
brand new strategy.
Brand new
telling our story.
For
Should that-
Richland County, that's a brand new strategy.
Yeah, I'm gonna start another one here.
Starting there a little better than going to the parking lot. What do you feel good about it?
I'm here for it.
Because of the one you just did.
Yes.
I'll read it now. Our positive public relationships, he's writing this from the future tense. Our positive public relationships allowed us to tell our own story.
Wow.
Looking back from great success, we were a champion for ourselves and county wins, positive publicity. That's again, not being shy to take credit for the good stuff. Someone said earlier today, celebrate our success. I think it was you, Ms. Tarasio, is that right? Did you say celebrate our? Communicate vision and mission throughout county and residents. So make people know what we're doing here. So again, another communication idea. What else? Other things, so we got kind of two working lists here. This is operational excellence. This is whatever we're ultimately going to call it, but this is get our story out there in a positive way.
So,
Just, go
yeah,
ahead.
I don't know how this would go, or if it even goes there, but it's a staying the course, because you can agree, and you can say, we're gonna do this thing, but then if it just becomes a plan that's put on the shelf, I mean, we actually have to live it and stay the course.
Did you write that down?
Yes. I'm writing it. Okay, I have to do it.
So I'm going to put this, if you agree, with the operational excellence. So it's, you know, we've got to do, this is kind of a level up. This is at more of a strategic level. These are more at the operational level, but it's the same thing. If we're going to do this thing, let's do it, right? And let's make decisions within the context of the plan. Let's decide, you know, where technology fits and where employees fit within our strategy, and then go out and execute, right? Okay, I ignored somebody a minute ago.
Jessica.
Okay. Okay, equitable living, housing options. I think that's a new idea, isn't it? Okay. Do we have any more in this tell our story kind of theme? Okay, so we're now on to this. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, I mean, going back, I guess, looking at, we really are this diverse capital county. And we want to grow, and we want people to continue to live here. And I think we have to be reflective of, our population, right? So we have a large military, we have, young professionals coming out of college, people starting families, people retiring. And we want to be able to offer housing for all of them, right? We want all of our residents to be able to live here and live in a good, safe place, and they feel good, and making sure as we grow, we don't forget those options in our growth.
Okay, great. So this says, I'll read it back again, equitable living housing options. And I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think what you're saying is, as we grow towards that ideal future that we're talking about, don't lose sight of this.
Yes, don't, you still gotta have something there.
Okay. What else?
This is a new, so if you have including housing, or you can start a new category, equitable stuff, but you can start a new category.
I am going back to my child adolescent therapy.
Develop realistic, achievable goals. I think that goes here.
Yeah.
Part of this governance idea. I saw one back here.
This kind of goes with Ms. Newton's idea of getting things done.
This says, looking back from great success, we made a plan and stick with the plan. We completed CIPs on time and within budget. Is that the one that goes here? Success matters, smart growth.
No, that would go under operational, wouldn't it?
I think we'll go in the vote. We talk about smart growth.
CIT.
CIP. P.
Capital Improvement Project.
P.
Technology, people, compensation, proactive maintenance plans, CIP, stay the course, employee development, sort of invest in our people. That's what's there now. And you're going to get a chance to amend that if you need to. There's got to be some more ideas here. If we were to walk out of here today, and I'm gonna put some ad hoc labels here instead. We met there back in November of 2021, and we decided the biggest objectives or goals are to strengthen our governance, to operate with excellence, to tell our story, to provide for equitable and affordable housing. You didn't say affordable, I added that word, and measure and monitor our progress. Would that be complete? Would you? Yes?
I mean, I feel like that is a good, solid first step based off where we are right now.
To go back to something I said earlier, somewhere, we need to make sure now that we get citizens to understand the function of county government. So they'll know what we're doing or not. If they don't understand the function of county government and still think we should be doing all these things that we're not responsible for doing, we'll never get there.
This is an interesting, I want to come back first. Back for a second. Involve citizens, okay, there may be an engagement idea there. Say that again, I'm sorry, I lost track.
Just to make sure our citizens today understand the basic functions of county government.
Is that part of still telling our story, or is that something different?
I think that's an education piece.
Is that kind of related to, it's different, but related to just the lack of understanding of civics nowadays, just kind of a general?
Well, basic services, I don't know, even the basic service we provide, they have no idea. Unfortunately, a lot of citizens just assume we're responsible for a lot of things we're not, and we get them to understand what we're responsible for. It helps a lot.
So I'll go back to that, that's all part, and don't let me bully you into this, but isn't that all part of telling our story? We want people to know what our function is and what our role is, and then we want to celebrate our success, we want to take credit for the good things that we do.
I can accept that.
Thank you. Involve citizens in the process. So this is kind of an engagement idea. Maybe we can come back to that. And what does this say? We are flexible and able to adjust to circumstances. Tell me a little bit about what you had in mind there.
Think that we can't be rigid based on saying, hey, we said this is what we're gonna do, so we gotta stay the course, even though the world changes around us, and we're sticking this course, and then we end up at a dead end because the entire world has changed, so we have to be flexible given reality and circumstances that we come across in real life.
Yeah, and I got you. And so I'm not sure, so maybe we get some conversation about that, stay the course, but flexible and agile and able. I don't know if stay the course and agility are necessarily mutually exclusive, right? We also have in the same cluster there, recalibrate every 3 years, at least stop, look, listen, decide if our course is still good. So mid-course correction is a good thing, right? What else? Okay.
All right, I said I was split done, right?
I'm just. So, Mr. Malinowski was a little bit annoyed with Lori that we didn't take advantage of our 10-minute ahead of time so you could get out 10 minutes early. I feel like it's my obligation to keep you here till 5 o'clock.
Don't tell them that.
No.
I'm trying to. I haven't earned my fee unless I keep you here. We have okay, we're talking about the local economy, I think. We have high-paying jobs from planned growth and the strategic, what is this? Oh, strategic economic development projects. We are attracting talent. So this is an economic development idea, right? So as part of your strategy, I'm going to put this here just because I don't have enough bubbles right now, to have an effective economic development program, however you call it that. Does that rise to the same level of strategic importance to you as these other things we've talked about?
Yeah, that's a question. I would think the answer is yes. As a matter of fact, the gentleman that spoke earlier, who's still in here, Director Rubel, the county went through an initiative specific to economic development. And so I think, as we look at this process that we're going through, there's going to be at some point in time where we're going to be looping some of that information in my mind, that's already been developed from that work that makes sense for us to put into this particular process. So I would imagine that yes is the answer to your question.
Okay.
And a lot of what we're talking about is contingent upon economic development. Well, if we're going to give employees salaries, we got to have the money from somewhere.
They've got to find a way to pay for it,
Yeah,
right?
so a lot of things are contingent upon economic development. Jobs and folks, we were talking about, as I mentioned earlier, about affordable wages and stuff like that. All that depends on economic development.
This is related to that, I think. One of the things I was interested in and kind of predicted, obviously out of maybe some ignorance, is how would the university and Fort Jackson, I mean, we heard in our interviews, essentially, university, Fort Jackson, capital as big economic drivers. So what's the risk of BRAC, whatever it is, 7, 8, 9, 10, I don't know how many BRAC rounds there are. What's the risk on the university side? Are there things that you ought to be doing in those areas to either shore up or capitalize on those economic engines in some way? And I'm not pretending to know what they are, but to me those seem important from an outsider looking in. Is BRAC a problem? You know what I mean when I say BRAC, base realignment, base closure and realignment and closure. I don't know when the last BRAC round was, it's some years ago. But were they downsizing?
It's not a problem yet. It's worth an effort to continue to get what we can get out of it. So I think we're doing okay with it.
Are there active initiatives around, county, Fort Jackson relationships and university and capital?
Yeah, with university, without chamber, work.
But economically, to your point, I think that we talked about looping in the economic data, but we have to be more proactive, or we have to look at different types of economic growth, because not everything is going to be a manufacturing plant, and we don't necessarily want it to be. So what are those other areas of economic growth that we can cultivate? And to your point about the university, this isn't a Richland County problem or City of Columbia problem, it's an everybody problem. I want to say that the data are that 50% of our college graduates leave. Now, if you had a company and 50% of your employees left every year, you would say that that was a problem. And ditto, we have this talent that's being educated here and leaving here. So if we were able to do it, and this is not the first time this has ever been said, lots of meetings have been had, but as we look to economic growth, that's just a reality we have to tend with.
So if we've got a kind of an economic development idea that's kind of bubbling up here, what other things might we do specifically starting now or next year or sometime to make sure that we're doing what we need to do, as Ms. Newton just talked about? It's not just one or two things, it's a multi-layered kind of approach to economic development. Yes, sir.
In response to Ms. Newton's comments, when she says 50% of the student population leaves every year, I think we need all the figures, and we don't have them. What percentage of the students came from out of this area? So if 70% came from out of the area and only 50% leave, we're retaining 20% other individuals. Without all those figures, I don't think we can really get into that.
Yes, sir.
So on the economic front, I spent most of my time in Nevada and Utah, where they have very strong state economic development organizations that really sell the state and look less at boundaries and more at the state. And I'm not seeing that here. Not to the degree I see in other places.
And so that argues for a strong effort at the county level, does it not?
Well, no, but I'm saying that if we're looking back from a successful standpoint, it's because we will have engaged the state, and we will have made the state stronger and made the state our ally. That's how we will have been successful.
Write that down. That's not what I'm used to. I'm not arguing. In Texas, it's very much localities are like tripping over each other for every deal, right? And maybe that's an argument for a state coordinated kind of an effort. What you're saying is we ought to have some ability or make some effort to promote the idea of a robust statewide economic development focus or effort. Is that right?
Yeah, if people can't find Richland County, if they don't know where Richland County is, that's because people don't know where South Carolina is for that. I really knew nothing about it when I came here 4 months ago. Can I tell my story 2 seconds?
Please.
Okay, so when the recruiter from Richland County contacted me, she said, "I'm from Richland County." And I said, "Where is Richland County?" And she said, "It's in South Carolina. Do you still want to talk to me?" Those are her exact words. Okay? So.
Was that Edward?
I'm not going to say who, I don't know who was. But anyway, that's what happened. That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think to Eric's point, it also lends to say not even a statewide collaborative, but Richland County has 7 municipalities in it. So even if we just started where we are and working on something collaboratively within our municipalities, then I think that it'll strengthen what we have going on as well. Because very seldom, we know about the city of Columbia. We know that, right? As far as anyone's concerned, we know the city of Columbia exists. But we very seldom hear about, Eastover, or we hear about Forest Acres. We don't hear about those, but they're just as a part of Richland County as the city of Columbia is.
I'm looking for where we had this. I know it's up here some. Oh, here it is. That's under governance, this idea of your collaboration and interaction with strengthening of those.
But I think it's
community
across the
relations.
board, though. Yeah, I think it's, it goes along with what he was saying, it goes, even if we're gonna, before we create a statewide economic development plan, we may be able to do something just right here with these 7 municipalities. As we strengthen that collaborative relationship, something that comes out of that, it could be an economic development.
This is an educate David question. So today, when there is an opportunity to land a new employer or a corporate relocation or something like that, who are your competitors typically?
You should ask Director Rubel.
I saw a hand in the back.
Director Rubel.
Yeah, so it depends on the type of project, but we compete with Greenville, Charleston, Rock Hill in South Carolina, and then a lot of cities about our size outside the state.
Outside of the state, yeah.
So Augusta, Raleigh, usually not Charlotte and Atlanta.
Well, where I'm going in my head, I mean, are you equipped to compete? And is there some strategic goal around upping your game? And I don't know, but I'm.
Wow.
That's good.
We have, as Mr. Brown mentioned, we have a strategic plan organizationally we did last year for the county.
You have a countywide ED
Economic
strategy?
development plan that we conducted last year, and then to Ms. Newton's point, we also conducted a pretty far-reaching plan just focused on non-manufacturing jobs, knowledge economy jobs, how do we up our game with that? And that stretches across the entire region, but our county led the effort.
And that was a county-sponsored, funded, driven effort?
I was the one that went around with the hat begging for money. It was funded by several entities.
Okay. So, yeah, that's kind of where I was sneaking up on you, wondering if there was a goal or an objective here around developing a strategy. You say you have a strategy now, how are you doing on implementing it?
So here's how I phrased it. We created
a regional/state economic team. Okay.
So where I came from, it was called Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada. And it promoted the whole northwestern region of Nevada, not just Reno, not just city of Reno, but the counties around us. We all got together and hired this organization and created, and this is before I got there, so I didn't have any part, I just worked with them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you brought in Tesla and Google, and that's how come that whole region just blew up in the last 5 years, is because 10 years ago, they got together, they created this promotional economic development group that promoted the region, not the individual cities or county.
Again, the ignorant question, I'm sorry for asking, I should know it. Do you have here in the state the ability to offer local incentives, whether they're tax rebates or actually we call them 380 agreements, where you can essentially, give sales tax rebates and those kinds of, so you've got those tools. Who's responsible for running those? Somebody about here, the economic development director, okay. All right. This seems important to me.
Yeah. Can I just sort of add to that too? I keep raising my hand, but
I'm not going to slap your wrist with a
yeah.
ruler.
But we were talking about attracting people. People need to want to live and work here, and I think that partially ties into Ms. Mackey's like having equitable living and housing options for people who want to come here. And part of one of my sticky notes was around like having just really excellent amenities and facilities, so we're attracting people. Like if we don't, and Ms. Newton had Apple Store on a sticky note. Like if we don't have the things that make people want to move here and live here and stay here, that's a hindrance to economic growth to me. Like if you don't have a nice place to take your kids on the weekend, if you don't have if you have to drive an hour and a half to go to a shop, to me, that's not super attractive.
Yeah.
So to me, it's something about being attractive to the people, it's not just the companies, it's the people make up the companies, and people need to want to live here. We need to have the things that make people want to live here.
So, Woody, I just added, we have excellent amenities and facilities. You had another one here. I'm not sure where, oh, I want to come back to that one.
Yeah.
Tell me about build a new courthouse. What's the thought there?
I mean, that's part of.
Did I just rat you out? Sorry.
That's part of having excellent facilities. You know, we have this, I just went to visit the solicitor the other day, and it's like you walk up to our courthouse doors, and I hate to say it this way, but like, you notice sort of the infrastructure, like, it's not.
You notice it because it's
Things look
ugly,
aged.
yeah.
Things look aged, and we really need the infrastructure improvements. Yeah.
So it's interesting, there's a couple of ways to think about it, at least a couple. My mind will only handle two. One is this, a new courthouse is some kind of a economic catalyst, if you will. Or the other is operational excellence. We want the good facilities and.
Yeah, I mean, partially, and we want our people to be able, when they walk into work, I mean, when you talk about like the people who work here, if you're having to go to work and there's like a leak over your conference room table, that's not great. We want people to walk into their place of work and feel proud to work and be a constituent in Richland County.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So where do you want me to put that?
I'm probably under the operational excellence,
Or
but I'm
whatever
open
you
to
want.
suggestions.
Yeah. Okay, build a new courthouse.
And that's kind of a stand-in for all the other things we need to build.
So this sounds to me like another potential thread. Petty projects complete and celebrated.
Yes.
So talk about that. Does that fit? Is that an operational excellence thing? Is that a finance thing? Is that an infrastructure thing? What is that?
It's everything.
That's
It's everything.
Tell your story.
Tell your story.
Okay, it's PR.
Yes.
It's PR. It's,
I'm sorry, tell me where to put it?
Just tell your story.
Tell your story?
it
Really?
could easily go though with Operation Excellence too.
Yeah.
But I think the two go hand in hand.
You could go with economic development as well, the road's gotta be there.
Yep. Yeah.
Is that, so Penny Project is road infrastructure?
Yeah.
It's
Transportation.
everything.
It has to be a transportation project.
Transportation, so it could be bus, it could be rail, it could be, okay.
But, so, yes, all those things are true, and it's also true that one of the public perceptions, one of the biggest black eyes that the county has had, has also come from the penny. So if you only treat it as an infrastructure problem and not, you know, that's why it's so important to celebrate the success and to tell the story about it, because it was, yeah, when you say those words, people have an emotional reaction that doesn't have to do with roads.
Yeah.
But it's about economic development, jobs. When they tell a story, it's going to cover a whole lot of my quality of life.
So that's where you put it, tell our story? Okay.
It's somewhere in the nexus, it's operational and it's telling the story, because the telling the story is the celebrating it, but the completing it is operational.
All right, so let me go back to this one, and I still want to come back, there's some more in back there. Ms. Newton, on your very first one, success measures, smart growth is your main point here. We have plans and infrastructure to support growth. Does that go with these things now? Excellent facilities and amenities, attracting paying jobs, creating a regional state economic team, and having plans and infrastructure to support growth. Do those group together logically to you?
I'm happy to have it go anywhere. It can go there, it can go in operational excellence, but it's, you know, we are growing, we're talking about more growth, and so we need to plan and be prepared for it, because we all have ideas of communities that look certain ways that we don't want our community to look, while we do acknowledge that we want to grow. And so that's something that we have to plan for proactively, so that we don't look and say, oh my gosh, we turned out to not look the way that we want.
I'm going to put Lori on the spot. Can I put you on the spot, Lori?
Sure.
So we talked a little bit last night about
over drinks, about sort of
That explains it all,
You did say it was tea.
Long Island iced tea.
You know, should I leave now? About sort of the financial structure and balanced budgets and those sorts of things. You want to talk about that a little bit? Is that important to talk about?
Sure. I mean, I think that's the drum that I've beaten since the day that I've got here, is that everything is achievable as long as it fits within your budget, and as long as your budget is strategic, or is physically sustainable. In other words, matching recurring revenues with recurring expenditures, and not overspending. So everything is achievable. You just have to find that nice balance between what I want to do and when can I do it. It's no different than balancing your own book, your own checkbook at home. It's just a bigger checkbook. Is that where you want me to go?
Yeah, well, I know I want you to go where you wanted to go, but I know we talked a little bit about that.
You threw me completely off.
We talked a little bit about structural.
Just don't tell everybody to do it as they do it at home.
And don't count on my checkbook to do it.
I just wonder if there, and what made me think of this was this petty thing and not really knowing what it was, but is there some thread of actions that relate to, prudent financial management or something that ought to be in the plan?
I would point out one thing to this, and I don't know, and I'm sure everybody has already thought about this, but just sort of reminding everybody is that the original pennies was built on a referendum that approved certain projects. That comes to an end. We could stop collecting before 27, but right now I think it's set for 27. Is that we need to be prudent and we need to be physically prudent and make sure that we finish the projects on time, on budget, because we're going to want to go back to those same constituents again with more states that say we need more roads. Because if you're going to have all this economic growth, we don't have a mechanism to fund that without renewing that. And, a good one to look at as an example is the York County's Pennies for Progress. They're now on their 4th or 5th renewal of that kind of a project. So we really need for it to be successful and to be very prudent with what we do there, which I believe that it's on the right track. But to make sure we finish on time, under budget, or on budget, to give the voters what they supported. So they'll want to do the same thing again.
And that it's good quality work, like that they're seeing.
Here, I wrote this a while ago, but to me, that's not this question. That's like, how would you know if you were successful? If we were able to easily pass another penny referendum and have people be on board, then you would know that you had fixed all the things, because it would not pass today.
Okay, so this says penny projects complete and celebrated. That makes more sense there if we have this, which is, and I don't know, again, if this is infrastructure or finance or something like that, is we need to do it again. Here, we want to take credit for the success we've had, and that's telling our story. This is planning for the future, right? Is that true? Don't let me put words in your mouth.
No, that's totally true. When I wrote that, like I said, I was thinking more, you asked the question, like, what would be evidence of success?
Yes.
And I was like, that would be evidence of success. But yeah, you would have to plan for that for real.
Right. So again, whether that's start of something around strengthening our financial position or whatever, and I'm not sure.
Trust.
Or whether
Trust.
that's infrastructure.
It's trust.
It's trust.
It's trust. That's a measure of trust right there.
Okay.
Almost 100% right.
Yeah.
Then that's here, isn't it? This involves citizens in process. Is that about trust?
To me, that's about transparency, but they go together.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it where it is. I'm gonna make you all do this anyway. Put it there. What, I kind of brushed you off a second ago.
That's okay. It was perfect.
I always like
The one thought was like, if you always hear, did the chicken or the egg come first? Well, I believe God created the chicken first. I believe it was a gamecock, but
Good job, Bill. Go ahead and go home, Bill. Good job.
No, I just made it up.
Well, that's the excuse if he didn't get out too much.
Alabama fan. So if we don't plan, then we can't grow the right way. So if, I've heard so many times in my history, I've been doing, economic development type projects for 32 years, and they say, well, we don't have water, or we don't have roads, or we don't have sewer. We will never be selected as a spot for these types of projects if we don't have the proper planning and coordinate our departments, that being public works, development services, economic development, and utilities, so that we can have the water, sewer, infrastructure, the roads, the stormwater, and the housing, and these attractive areas for people to want to raise their family. That's very important. So it goes either with, I guess, that planning one or that top left one, that economic development.
We'll write it back. We read it back. We coordinated our departments to prepare for growth in planned areas by providing water, sewer, roads, etc. in the proper location. So right now you're saying that when you're dealing with economic development kind of prospects, you can't give them an assurance, yeah, I'll get you water, yeah, I'll get you sewer, yeah, we got the road infrastructure.
We don't have it.
And what is, I was gonna ask you which is the gamecock in here.
I just had to throw that in.
Is it rooftops and incomes first, or the other way around?
Well, again, that's another chicken before the egg. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
if you
why I
got
asked.
places to live and schools, good schools, then you can bring in the businesses, which bring in more people.
Are you saying you don't have that right now?
We do. We have housing. We have good schools.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to put this with these economic development things and let you guys sort it out. This, what he says, we coordinate, prepared for growth in planned areas by essentially infrastructure extensions. What else? Pull a little bit more out of you.
I have one.
Yep.
And it kind of bounces off of Lori, but a balanced, sustainable budget with the ability to undertake projects that do not affect our minimum threshold.
Okay, I'm going to read that back. Did you hear all of that? A balanced, sustainable budget with the ability to undertake projects, and then a qualifier, that do not affect our minimum threshold. And I don't really know what minimum threshold means.
Yeah, what is that? Yeah, whatever that is.
Fund balance policies.
Oh, okay. And so your financial policy says you must maintain some either dollar amount or percentage amount in reserve?
20 to 35% unassigned.
Yeah, okay.
And this one may put me in the parking lot, but.
I will only work on council days.
Well, wait, no.
I promise we'll get to that tomorrow.
Well, actually, well, I mean, hold on. That is wildly optimistic. However, under that optimism is I'm going to speak for me, as you as a jumping off point. For me, is a question of resources that we have to do the work that we need to do. And
As a member of as a council
yeah, and
member.
I don't know if it goes here or not, but I think sometimes people think that we have this full-time staff, and I get these messages like, Miss Newton, where are you? And I want to type back, I'm in a county council meeting voting for you right now, which is why I'm not answering your phone call. But there's a lot of work that's being done, and whether it's on the council level or the staff level, there's a question of, do we have the appropriate resources to do what we need to do?
Okay, that's
Now,
interesting.
Whether or not.
Because if that's where you were going, maybe that fits here with these other governance things. How do we make our council more effective if you're not as effective for lack of resources, as you put it?
I'm not. I probably shouldn't say that, right? But, I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It is definitely not a part-time job.
It is
You
a
know, it's just
full-time
about,
job.
I mean, I've never
masquerading
been
as
a council member, but every volunteer kind of community or volunteer engagement thing I've ever been involved in, they always say, well, it's only gonna take you about an hour or two a week, and then it takes days and days and days.
I will say this, and this is not me trying to say anything to win friends and influence others. But this council is the workingest council I think I have ever seen. They are in their offices more than any organization that I've worked with outside of this. So I understand your frustration. I can only imagine trying to have your real, you know, your other career and this on top of it.
And family.
Yeah, and family. And all those other things that everybody else wants.
I want them to pick up my trash too.
And don't forget constituents.
Them your first cousin.
Apple Store, you want me to do that, is that economic development? That's just an.
Oh, no, I put that was a like evidence of success
okay.
thing, sorry. Oh, that's old, what does that say?
Implement strategic plan.
Oh, yeah, we gotta do that.
We ought to do that, I think that's a good idea.
It's just kind of random.
Well,
I didn't give it to me just, now he's just taking it.
that probably goes there, for now.
Yeah.
I asked my colleagues to look at the, just now, to look at the 2009 plan. Yeah, I have to have my glasses. Sorry. So some of the strategic priorities, what I'm calling goals, the council talked about in 2009 were these. Is this all of them?
2 more.
Oh, 2 more. Okay. You can just shout them out after I finish. Manage growth, improve transportation infrastructure, enhance public safety,
Promote economic opportunities and
promote economic opportunity,
and engage the community.
engage the community. So that's what they said in 2009 were the big imperatives. We got a lot of overlap here. This is, we're calling it economic development, but maybe this is managing growth. Transportation, infrastructure, we're kind of getting to that here. Public safety, we haven't talked about. Tell me again what the other ones were.
Promote economic growth.
Economic growth we're talking about, and then the last one is engage the citizens, and we started right there. Does that spark any other ideas? I mean, I'm not suggesting that you need to adopt the 2009 plan again, but are those still resident issues, particularly public safety? That's really the one on this list that you haven't touched on.
Actually, since that time, you know, we still need to work on some of the things, but actually those have been the focal point. For example, public safety, we put more resources in public safety than have been a great, in my opinion, based on that time. We've seen significant progress in public safety. We don't get near the calls, complaints, and so forth.
So it's not as, whatever the right word is, pressing a concern as it may have been.
Right, and at that time, we did not have an economic development department, so even at that particular point, since that time, we developed an economic development department and started doing things on that one. And then transportation, that's when we did the Penny project. So those, the county over that time had worked quite well for those days.
Okay, that's a great story, actually. That's a story of a successful strategic plan, right? That said, well, we set some priorities, so much so that while enhancing public safety was a real priority now, by leaving it off, you're not saying it's unimportant. You're just saying we got other fish to fry, pardon the expression there. There are other higher level priorities today because we feel like we're in pretty good shape there. So that's good news. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, what you just did there, you read something that was 12 years ago, and we're talking about something that's 15 years from now. So what Chairman Livingston just did was point out the things that we did that were great.
Great point.
success.
Looking back from great success on 2009, we accomplished these things.
Exactly.
And that, because of that, we've had the success that, okay, great.
That was your point anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good job, Bill.
Let's go send you the check.
I think to add to that though, COVID is a good example of how the idea of public safety is expanding. So in public safety, I think probably at that time, they probably were thinking about maybe fire service, maybe law enforcement. But public safety now, and we don't have a health department, but we do have emergency services. We do have internal fire services. And those areas are still areas where the county made some initial investments. We made some, actually this past year, the council did that, but there's still infrastructure and personnel related to emergency services and fire, which is a big deal, not only in Richland County, but really, to be honest with you, it's a national shortage with paramedics. But it only matters when you get the phone call and someone tells you, we're 20 minutes out, 25 minutes out versus, 5 or 10. And so it's kind of one of those things where we need to make sure we don't lose focus on that either, because that's out of public safety may become a story that if we're not careful and not focused on that aspect of, and COVID has really curtailed some of those areas into our eyesight.
Yeah, so one incident could propel that to the top of the priority list pretty quick, right? But you feel like you're in pretty good shape today.
We're decent, but we know we got some you're talking about operational excellence you were looking for over there. We know we got some infrastructure in our emergency services. That's just one example of that.
Meaning equipment?
We just approved some additional equipment, but the county had been a couple years behind on that. Facilities wise, we really hadn't touched that. And we operate our emergency services out of a county building in the basement. And I think Ms. English had the most profound statement I heard when she said she thought that was a workshop out there where we brought our ambulances to do work. She did. So she didn't realize that was where our emergency services is operating out of. She thought those vehicles that were out there were representative of a shop.
At the mechanic shop.
Right. Yeah. So that's one of those areas where, those folks go out and they do take those calls and respond to citizens. And I'm just saying public safety probably has expanded since then to include more things. And so I think we've done a good job with law enforcement, that side of public safety. But I think there are other components of public safety that still remain to be continued, reinforced and addressed.
Okay, great.
And that's very true, because that time the primary focus was on law enforcement and fire service at that time.
So Ms. Mackey just handed me a note that says, looking back from great success, we had the right personnel in the right place to meet current and future needs. So where is that? Is that operational excellence? Is it, does that suggest we need infrastructure to supported facilities?
Well, yeah, I think it's operational excellence. It's also looking at, the offices and how we're shaped internally. Are there new offices need to be created? Do we have the right people?
Physical offices.
Yes, right. Like, do we need to create a new office of technology, whatever it is, to now meet these goals? But then also be creating those offices to think about future growth and future needs, not just right now.
Right. One of the things that's coming up for me is that we are really looking at how we're modernizing things. I mean, there were buildings that were built decades and decades ago that were built with somebody else's idea of the future in mind, and now we're in the actual real future. And so we need our facilities to operate in the way that maximizes our efficiency and the way we serve our constituents. I mean, I'm also thinking about the jail, all of our emergency services, how we house our firefighters, all of those things. Doing it the way that it was done 40 years ago is not going to work.
Well, we've learned within the last 2 years that there's an even different look at that too. I read a study not too long ago, a couple of months ago, and I'm trying to remember the source. It was either McKinsey or it was SHRM, the Society for Human Resources Management, and I think it was McKinsey, that was estimating what percentage of a typical workforce could work remotely without impairing the productivity of the organization. And they did it by industry or by classification. And for government, it was, it may have been local government, but certainly government, their estimate was 31%. Nearly a third in this one report could say you could probably have almost a third of your workforce working remotely and not suffer a real loss And that tells you a lot about future facilities planning and those sorts of things. How do you, curious, you in the back, 31% makes sense to you? It's not gonna be public safety, but it may be a lot of the admin, back office kind of stuff. I'm not advocating one way or another, I just thought it was a really interesting thing, and as cities are now, and counties are thinking about what do our future facility needs look like, their calculus is changing based on what we've gone through in the last couple of years.
One important point I'm getting from the discussion now, it's clear to me that we made a lot of progress with our last strategic plan, but I think what we didn't do, that I think as Maxwell mentioned earlier, is we didn't follow in between. You know, for example, if we were to revisit the plan in 2006, 7, 5, whatever, we could have picked up on the fact that we weren't covering all the public safety or whatever, that kind of thing. We just, so this time we need to make sure, I think we revisit the plan, don't let it sit out there.
Right.
Right.
In other words, have a date, whether this council is here or not, that this is the day that we need to review that, whether we're in office or not.
Right, right. Yeah, there are some organizations that we've worked with that have as frequently as an annual review. That's probably more frequently than you need. But I guess as Ms. Mackey talked about, like a 3-year cycle or 2 or 3 cycle. But just to be disciplined about, you know, stepping back and examining your direction and making sure you're still, like I said, that you can recalibrate, to make course corrections as you need to. So that's up there already. Anything else that you all want to add? Okay, so I'm going to give just the. Oh,
I just wanted to just dig a little deeper in terms of the recalibrating and whatever it turns out to be. I just really love the idea of a dashboard or whatever it looks like in Richland County. There has to be a way that is so much more regular than once a year, twice a year, biannually, that we have visibility, and we, everybody, we council.
So really continuous monitoring, right?
I think, based on my very short time here, that that's what we need, so that anybody can go and look and say, we said this was the thing, how are we doing with the thing?
Let's add something up there. That's probably operational excellence, but again, maybe we've got another theme there. That has to do with accountability. We talked about accountability.
Would that go with?
Where we talk about accountability, right there.
It's not, it doesn't have to be high tech. So whether it can, I truly don't care whether it goes under operational excellence or accountability, but just some sort of like dashboard, like ongoing. It's kind of like, I don't check my gas gauge, you know, once a quarter and say, oh, how's my gas doing? No, I mean, I'm looking every time I'm in the car.
So you want to write something like that down? And maybe
I mean, I did outright it.
Yeah, we wrote it. We wrote it here. I think Melanie captured that over here.
Well,
it's over here. Yeah.
Let me.
Here.
One thing I want to respond to is, you don't want to spend so much time keeping up till you can't get done what you need to get done now. But you know, if you spend all your time trying to track and keep up with everything every day, that creates a problem. You're getting the work done, in my opinion.
Well, I think there is some danger that if you're not really deliberate and thoughtful and intentional about how you build these reporting mechanisms, whether they're technology or not, you do risk analysis paralysis and the collapse under its own weight. You got to pick the right measures. I don't think.
I mean, I think that there's a middle ground between being able to know where we are. Because if I named 5 initiatives right now that we were working on, I can't tell you what is happening with them. And that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Okay. So what I'm going to try now, usually works, is ask just the members of the council now to just come up here and look at this board, look at it closely, examine it, and rearrange, if needed, or validate the clustering or the theming of these sticky notes. And then, this is the trick, tell me what you want to call this. If I was to name this in terms of a goal, what's the goal that these actions support? You understand the assignment? So I want you to work together as a council at the board, moving the sticky notes around, and then I'll put a big sticky note in the middle of all these, naming that, and then we're going to look at it and say, are these our strategic goals or no? Okay? 1, 2, 3, go.
I'm definitely going.
You gotta stand up. And you may think of more things as you get up here. We'll capture those.
When you say right over here?
Yeah, what I want you to do is first, look at all of these and just rearrange all of them if they need rearranging. And then, once you've got a clustering that makes sense to you, name them. So this would, let's just say for a minute that these stay here. This would see something like improve the council governance model or something like that. That is a short-term version of your vision. I'm saying if this is the target, we're going to crash it. Yeah, off of that word cloud thing you did. These were the great big text items. So that's effective inclusive leadership as a shorthand for your vision, and these are things that are supposed to get you. Makes sense? All right. Y'all work for about, I don't know, how long it takes. Let's see where you go. Maybe so.
It's like, if you're not logging every day, I think that you see, it's like, penny products,
Subjective, 30% complete or more than 25, yeah,
Right.
it shows.
Yeah.
If you're all the way
Thank you very much for doing that. We've just hit break time, and we're going to have an extended break.
rearranged and discussed and came to some agreement around these goals. And that's what I call, by the way, we can talk about the nomenclature, the terminology that you want to use eventually. What I use doesn't make it the only way to do it. I call this level the goal level, this level the objective level, and if we were to drill down later, down to
You go ahead, sir, go ahead.
I thought you were waving to me.
Oh,
Good to see you. The task level or the initiative level. But here is what the council did. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strategic goals. And they are all really considered co-equal. They're all important.
There's 8 yellow pieces of paper up there. There's 8 yellow pieces up there.
Did I just count wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That middle one doesn't count?
No.
Oh, all right.
This one here?
In yellow, isn't it? Can't just look at anything that wasn't orange or pink or green.
How much longer are we here? Okay. So the seven big picture goals in no particular order are, you're saying we've got to establish operational excellence, we've got to achieve positive public perception, we've got to plan for growth, we've got to engage the community. This says to develop a community engagement plan, we've got to budget responsibly, budget fiscal responsibility, we've got to govern effectively, good governance, and we've got to develop economic development. 7 big picture goals. So the first question, council, is mainly yours. Is that right? Well, those are things that we walk out of here today saying, we just spent a good bit of effort and time, and we walked out of there with these big 7 goals. Does that sound like a complete set of goals? You happy with them? Anything missing? You'll get a chance to see it again, by the way, after the first of the year in your budget retreat. So it's not etched in the on the tablets until it's etched on the tablets, right?
So I think that those look good. I think that one of the things that we talked about a lot in mission and other perspectives were, things that we do for everyone, and we talked a lot about equity. So just to note, I mean, that is a value that runs through all of our goals, and so I understand why it's not on that board, but if it wasn't mentioned in the same breath as our goals, I don't think that it would resonate as well.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And one of the things that I just blew by in this planning for growth, that the inclusivity and equity is explicitly mentioned here.
It is exclusively mentioned there, and at the same time, it is a value, and it's a goal, a value, and a tactic that I think runs through all the things we want our economic development.
More than that, I agree with Ms.
Yeah, it as long as it's included as an element under all those things, I don't think it needs to be a separate thing. But I feel like if we're not mentioning it in the same breath, then it doesn't work, because our economic development needs to be equitable, the operational excellence we're delivering to all areas of the county, et cetera.
Well, let me, for lack of a better word, confess. So one of the typical activities that we do here would be a values-based discussion, and I elected, because we didn't have enough time in the day, to drop that one. So we can bring that back to you perhaps in July. There is, I don't know if you can get back to that, Melanie can get back to that 2009 plan. There were some values articulated there, and we could look at whether you want to explicitly amend that. Well, in fact, scroll all the way down. I have a slide in here. Keep going. Keep going.
Thank you.
All the way down.
So we go to.
Get that slide up.
Okay.
We lost it. There we go. Okay, so back in 2009, what your then adopted strategic plan listed as the county values were those. And they had pretty good, well-written definitions about what each of these means: accessibility, accountability, diversity, excellence, and vision. If at some point, and again, I just eliminated that from today's discussion in the interest of time. We can talk about that, and if you want as a governing body to include other ideas there, either in addition to these or substituted for some of these, you certainly have that opportunity to do that. Does that help?
Sure.
Okay, good. That's kind of as best I can do today. All right, so we're going to do some polling. Is everybody still on the polling site? This is just council. Just council. Because we're now setting priorities. Is anybody not online? Okay. Everybody good? Okay, let's toggle over to the polling then. The first thing you're going to see is because the interface, the methodology here is a little different from what you saw before. So hit activate. So this is, so you ought to see that poll on there. This is just a practice. We're not holding you to anything here, but what you should see on your device is essentially up and down arrows by each of those: pizza toppings, cheese, pepperoni, mushrooms, anchovies, and that will allow you to arrange that list in your priority order, and then you'll hit send.
I don't have up or down arrows on mine.
If
Yeah, if you touch it,
If
you
you click the button, one of the options, it gives you
Yep.
an arrow on the left
Those
side.
instructions now I do.
So you can in effectively drag and drop. So this is just a practice so that when we get into the real stuff, you'll know how to do it. So please arrange these high priority pizza toppings in the order of your preference. When you get them in the order that you want at the very bottom, you'll hit something like submit or execute or whatever it says. Enter. There you go. So that means I've got, just at least one there. Surprisingly, peanut butter is last. I don't have a counter on here, so I don't know who all's hadn't yet answered. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Has anybody not entered their preferences?
Mr. Livingston.
I changed my mind.
Okay, there we go. So the most important pizza topping to the County Council of Richland County, South Carolina is cheese. And then followed by tomato sauce, followed by mushrooms, and a three-way tie for pepperoni, onions, and sausage. But you get the idea. And somehow, my favorite, peanut butter. You've had peanut butter pizza, right? All right, go to the next one. So you're going to see each of these goals in that list here. And this is the one we had a glitch on. For some reason, we couldn't save enough. So you're actually going to see operational excellence twice, and we'll have to then dig into the data behind it to figure out how to build the whole list. But it should work the same way. So everybody's seeing arrange operational excellence, modernize technology, etc. Did it just change?
So I switched it to response view so we can see what the responses are.
So you're gonna actually see 2 of these because we couldn't get all 10 in. So now I can see I've got total results counting up. So I'm looking for 5. Waiting on 1. No rush, take your time.
There's only 4 right now, David. There's only 4 right now.
Oh, there are only 4 here. Did we lose someone?
There's 5 of them.
1, 2. Oh, there's.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, okay.
It's 5 of them.
No, sorry. My bad.
Go ahead. Okay, so let me ask a question here. What we see, and again, there's 5 more, and we're going to have to get back into the system and figure this out. But is there a difference between competitive salaries, increased pay and evaluations, and address employee matters? Or is one a subset of the others, or do they both belong in there?
If I may say, because I'm the one that put employee matters is very broad. It's very broad, so of course it will cover competitive salaries and increased pay and evaluation. It would address organizational culture, some of the issues they would deal with in terms of job satisfaction, employee morale.
If we were to make that change, and again, I want the council to weigh in on that, then that we would consider that as having been the first ranked priority here. Is that okay? Or do you want to leave both?
You're saying employee matters would become the top one, correct?
That's what I'm saying, yes, is my guess is that this is a more encompassing idea about essentially how you manage your workforce, and that's pay and retention and et cetera. And we'll make that clear in the document, okay? All right, so let's see.
That includes what he said about the organizational culture, that's all of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
whatever we all, yes.
Okay.
And again, you'll see this again before you are asked to bless it. Next, so here, unfortunately, here's the bottom half of the operational excellence. So stay the course, encourage investing in employee and council development, building a dashboard so you can track your progress, building a new courthouse, and be flexible in adjusting to circumstances as need be. That's sort of the recalibration idea. We somehow lost the counter there. It's okay. You probably created this as a new slide, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On the fly.
That's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Not something we talked about. Well, we're going to do it all. Anybody not in? Again, I don't see my counter here. So again, at the top of the list is encourage and invest in our employees, but we added the idea of council into that one. So that's probably a standalone idea, sort of a professional development idea for both staff and council. Is that your intent?
I didn't put it, but I would say that when you think about organizational culture, I think continuing to separate out the council and the staff, again, creates that divide that in this process I think we're trying not to do.
Correct. We're trying to build cohesion.
So I think if you had organizational culture, then all the employee matters, the development and all that, including council, who's a part of the organization and not separate from the organization, that way, I think that would be encompassed in your first slide. So I think you could.
We could almost be silent on employee and council. We could just invest in training and development or something like that, and it would be, it wouldn't have to make that distinction. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I am. So I think it's all part of changing your culture.
Okay. Are there anything there anything that you've seen in this area that you don't believe belongs? Either belongs at all or belongs in this category of operational excellence?
I don't know if this is addressing your question, but as the person who said staying the course planning, from my perspective, I don't think that that's in conflict with the flexible and adjusting to circumstances. It's the idea that you are committed to strategic planning process, you're committed to reevaluating your goals, et cetera. So just from my perspective, I don't see those things as separate.
As separate? You're saying it's all part and parcel of the same thing?
I think so. I mean, the idea isn't to say, well, we said we were going to drive this road and now we see it leads off a cliff, we're going to keep driving. The idea is we said we were going to go to Albuquerque and maybe we need to take a left turn here or a right turn there and we'll get there.
For what it's worth, and this is the council's decision, not mine to make, but I agree with Ms. Newton, that is that they are not mutually exclusive. You can still be staying the course, but being very intentional about making mid-course corrections as you need to do so. So I agree with you. Do you all agree? Anybody have a real reason to say, no, those are really two separate ideas? And if they are separate ideas, they may be in conflict. I don't think they are. We okay with considering those essentially the same thing? All right, next. So we've only got two here, but we'll go ahead and vote them. One thing we might think of on this one, just as a suggestion. We've written this goal here, develop an employee engagement plan. As that sounds more like an objective to me than a goal. The goal, I'm guessing, trying not to put words in your mouth, is to engage in employee development, and a task within that, or an initiative within that.
I'm sorry, it's the community.
I'm sorry, I said employee, misspoke, community engagement. So robust community engagement, for example, might be your strategic goal, and that a part of that would be develop a plan, involve citizens in the process, and make sure citizens have a clear understanding. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we'll report it that way.
We have 5 results.
Hmm?
We have 5 results with this one.
Oh, we do? We got 2 more to look at? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Oh, I was just saying the results here.
Oh, 5. We got them all. Obviously, thank you.
Yep.
Next. For planning for growth and develop, which is inclusive of equitable infrastructure objectives, inclusive and equitable infrastructure, objectives in order of importance, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4 choices. Which are the most important? There's 5. So the number one thing here is this success metrics and smart growth. And this is within the context of growth. So you want a set of success metrics around your planning and growth initiatives that are consistent with sort of smart growth philosophy. Eric, is that enough for you to understand what they want?
I think so.
Okay. Just so you know, does that ranking look about right to you? Again, we're not saying, by the way, that they're not all important. But in a minute, I'm going to ask you to talk about, we're now, again, still looking back from great success. And in a minute, I'm going to say, what are the immediate needs? And we'll see where that all comes out. Are you, all right, you ready to move forward? Anybody have any questions or concerns about the way that ranking came out? Next. This is the, what are we going to do to achieve positive public perception? Okay. 3 out of 5. 4 out of 5.
Sorry.
5 out of 5. Okay. Number one thing we have to do is to be a champion for ourselves and to promote county wins. Go out and tell our story unabashedly, unapologetically, right? Build positive public relations and allow us to tell our story.
I think those are the
It's the
same.
same thing to me.
Yeah.
Say again?
Those are the same.
They strike me as the same. Which way would you, how do you like it, and just in terms of phrasing? And we can polish up the words. We're really getting at ideas here. This is the core idea, right? Tell our own story. Take control of it, right? Not let others define us, but we're going to define ourselves, right? Right. So if we consider that those are the top two here, that's clearly the priority in this whole idea. Create a PR team. So that's saying we got to build some capacity within the organization to actually do that. Do you have a PR, PIO?
Yeah.
Someone's in the room?
So,
There you go, okay, back there. She needs help?
well, I don't know. I think that, to me, the third one,
This one here, create PR team, focus on public perception.
yeah, I mean, we'll go through. I struggle with that one. I don't know that that's not how I would put it, but if the first two are our goals, then the question is, do you just make it an organizational priority and you do it? I mean, whether or not it needs to be a specific team or specific thing, I mean, if it's your priority and we say we're gonna do this thing, then you resource however you need to, but
Yeah.
I feel uncomfortable saying we need to create like a new division. I mean, we need to define what the goals are. And
So I guess within the context.
that's just me.
No, well, but let me restate what I think I hear you saying, is that sort of within the context of the policy role of the council, if the council says to Mr. Brown, we want to achieve better perception and we've got to get out there and tell our own story, that's the what we want to accomplish. This may be how we do it, and maybe that's the province of the administrator to come back and say, okay, you want me to do that? Well, let me assess what resources we have, what we need, whether that's more staff or more consultants or less, whatever else. So that's more execution than strategy, I think is your point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
So would you be comfortable, the rest of the council, if we took that out and left that as probably another layer down in the plan, which is
Which number you talking about now?
we're the third one, although we've combined these two, which is basically shorthand, tell our story. And we're saying this is really the realm of administration to decide how to tell our story. And then we've got to, I don't know about this one. Is it to tell our story about the penny projects? And then, and this one I think does stand alone, communicate vision and mission. Make sure that we talk about this. Make sure people understand what our vision is. Make people understand what our mission is. And both within, that's just within the organization and within the community writ large, right? So what do you think about this one? Penny projects complete and celebrated. Is that also really a component part of this?
That's part of our story.
So you agree that really is just a part of the bigger picture? Nobody comfortable with that? Am I going too fast? Okay, next. This is the budget and fiscal responsibility goal. Here is saying we're going to establish a new penny program and manage that, making sure our budget is aligned to our priorities, balance the budget with the ability to be a little bit flexible so long as we stay within our policy and provide for needed resources. So that's staffing, I imagine. Well, it's not just staffing, but it's primarily people. Missing one. Can't see. We're still at 4.
I think 1 and 2 are the same.
Hmm?
Well, I can't actually like that. Never mind. 1 and
Oops, we're down to 3. Somebody cleared their results and are going back. So I'm looking, what I'm looking at is this number right here. We have 5 members voting.
Well,
So I'm trying to,
as a person that wrote one of those, budget to priorities and needed resources, I'm not sure that those are different things. I think
I wanted to ask what this one meant particularly.
Well, when I wrote it, what I meant was, if you say that something is your priority, then you have to budget so that you can achieve it. And a natural consequence of that is those other things that aren't your priorities don't get as much funding.
Don't get as much or anything.
It's putting your money where your mouth is.
Base your budget on your priorities.
And is that different from how you're doing it today?
I don't think so, Bill.
No, but I just think that the priorities are not clear, so you want to answer that question.
Gotcha, okay, that's great. So that'll be the litmus test of this effort.
That's a good way for you not to get in trouble. That's it, Mr. Lewis. The way you say it there, yes.
All right, so to Ms. Newton's point of view, how are these different then? Want to guess, anybody? I don't know what it is, for sure.
You mean between budget to priorities and needed resources?
Well, presumably, is that if you're budgeting to priorities, what that means is that you will provide the needed resources to accomplish those priorities, right?
I think Mr. Lipton said it, but there are 2 things here. One, have we established what the council believes the needs are that they need to address, and then of those needs, how are they prioritized? So I think that what we're doing right now is hoping to get to a point to where that's exactly what we communicate, what the needs are, and then how are they prioritized. So
Right.
that's where we put our resources to. And I think that that's the things that have happened where the county has, in effect, seemed like we're saying that these are the needs and these are the priorities, but that really hasn't been identified in a way that says we're 100% saying here's the direction we're going in. So that's how I would answer that question. So those things have not been identified. Neither the needs,
Which is what we're working on right now.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Balanced budget with the ability to undertake projects that do not affect minimum thresholds. I think, Ms. English, that was yours. You want to make sure we're all clear on what that one means? I'll tell you what I think it means, which was you wanted to have some ability to influence what goes into the budget so long as you observed your policies that require certain reserve levels. Is that right?
Yeah, and then to have enough of our budget left as we grow positively, we don't have to spend everything that comes in.
Right. Yeah, there's sometimes, again, I don't know how things are here, again, I keep qualifying that, but as over time you see fund balances accumulating and growing and growing and growing, it sort of opens you up to some criticism, saying, well, why are you collecting all this revenue from me and yet not spending it and just building large reserves? Some people will say slush funds, that kind of stuff.
Well, then you have COVID.
Well, there you go, yeah. Okay, so let me make sure where we are. And we're gonna leave all of these ideas, and again, we may, try to wordsmith them a little
Can I
bit.
ask a question? Because maybe it was when I left the room. I don't understand why new penny program management is on this list. So maybe I missed.
This one?
Yeah, maybe I wasn't in the room when that got put there.
Well, we talked about that some, and I'm not sure we know for sure.
Oh, that's my thing that I'm not sure that would be up there. That was the thing that was part of the evidence of success. Like, well, it's complicated. If we're gonna continue to do roads, at some point, there would need to be like a new penny that would help pay for them. But when I wrote that thing, I was writing it as an evidence of success. Like, we would know that we've restored the trust and done all the things if a new penny was approved. But regardless, my other council members may disagree. I don't see it as fitting here.
Okay, so what I thought I heard, and that's just me, but you know what you meant, is that there seemed to be kind of an upswell of positive reaction to the idea that it was time to create, implement, a new penny program, no?
We're not there yet.
Okay. So should it come off?
Yes.
Yeah, for now. Well, sorry, I'm not counting.
Mr. Brown, were you channeling me?
I'm like, yeah, that should come off for now.
Okay.
That is an idea that needs a home, but not that one.
Okay, that's fine, we'll take it off.
So I don't know where it would go, and we didn't vote on it, but at some point in the conversation, as part of our budgetary and governance things, for me, I would love for there to be a presumption that while we're doing these things and staying within our threshold, that there was a presumption that we were trying to either maintain or decrease the tax burden on our citizens. I think there was a time when taxes were going up. And I think that while we're looking at providing those things, you can provide them in a way that is difficult for our citizens. I would hope that we found a way to live within our means in a way that was
Well, should what you just said be cast as an objective, which was maintain or decrease the tax burden?
I don't know if other people feel that way.
Well, let's ask. Do others feel like that ought to be something that we, I've used this word before, but memorialize or commit to in the form of a strategic plan? I think maybe commit to is a better way to phrase it in this. And we're going to publish a document that says one of our strategic objectives is to maintain or reduce, is that the word you use? Our, the tax burden.
Oh, no, too many factors for me to make that commitment.
Are you related to that last one?
No. I was just saying that at some point, I think it would be good for us to have a conversation as a council, whether it's in here or someplace else, about the tax burden we put on the citizens. So for example, we can always do all the things. Are we willing to do the trade-off? We can pave all the roads. We would, if we wanted to, jack up our taxes sky high, which we don't want to do. I'm just saying, for me, culturally, it seemed like there was a point years ago in Richland County where you could just kind of bet on that your taxes were going to go up. And for me, culturally, I would love for it to be a place where we don't automatically consider that they'll go up. Now, there may be times that they have to, but that as a body, our position is we want to meet our needs, staying within our means. But that's not our automatic. We always try to hold the line and reduce if we can. And those are a lot of words, and I'm not trying to shove this down my fellow council members' throats. This just seemed like a place to mention it so that we can have a conversation at the appropriate time.
Yeah, I was the one that asked the question, is if we're agreed that this doesn't belong here, was Ms. Newton's idea about, and I was posing it as a question to the body, should your plan say that? Maybe it's not. Maybe.
And that wording seemed too strong. I'm open to other wording.
Well, I agree with what Ms. Newton just said, but that bottom one, penny program management, if we're not doing anything with what we have in place right now, we can't even consider if we're gonna need another penny program management.
Right.
Because it's gonna have to be voted on by the people in another referendum in a few years.
Yeah, we agree to take this off. This is coming off.
All right.
So, to, I guess Ms. Newton's point, I guess looking at our tax bill now, I mean, half a portion that continues to go up is because of millage agencies that have nothing to do with us. So when we talk about keeping the tax burden low, those are things that are not even part of our strategic plan, that they're the millage agencies. So
I certainly cannot go on record with that commitment either. And the main reason for it is because of state requirements too. When I have a state that says to me that I can't reduce my sheriff's budget and other budgets or school board budgets and so forth, those things that don't have much control over,
right.
And I'm gonna make that commitment to my taxpayers. I have issues with trying to do that. Now I could say that now our general fund budget had to go up for the past couple of years, but the county budget as a whole, what the citizens look at, that's a different story. So I want to make that commitment.
Okay.
And Chairman Livingston, and to your point and to Ms. Mackey's point, I'm not trying to have us commit to things that are beyond our control, or even saying in an absolute way that taxes are never going to go up in Richland County. I guess what I'm asking is culturally open to any kind of wording. Can it be our goal, to whether we call it living within our means, or that we prioritize, meeting our budgetary needs without raising the taxes that we're responsible for. And again, we can take this another time, because I think the wording that I used is way too definitive for people here because of the things that we don't control. But I just mean culturally, like if I roll up to the grocery store with my kids know that they're not going to be asking me to buy $1,000 extra groceries, because we don't have that kind of family culture. Like maybe it's it's a little here, a little there. Anyway, I've said enough. Thank you.
We understand. So is the sense of the group that, at least at this moment, that we will have within this particular goal of budget and fiscal responsibility, the top three there, and remove the new penny program, the implication that we're going to have a new penny program, and you'll be comfortable with that? With deferral of the question, if should we say something about our, I don't know, good faith intent to keep property taxes or the tax burden to the minimum, or something to that effect, right?
Right.
All right, next one. Economic development, so we got three ideas here. Apple Store and more shopping options, whether or not it's Apple Store, the idea is we want to increase our retail base. We want to help create a regional and state economic team. We want to be kind of a catalyst, people that lead in that idea, and then attract high-paying jobs. Is this our last one?
I believe so. We had.
No,
Yeah, we may have one more.
One more, okay. Can't see. Missing one. Has someone just not and pushed enter yet? You've ranked them, but you haven't accepted the ranking.
Let's go with what we got.
All hearts are clear.
I think you're probably free to move forward.
I don't think she's gonna change anything.
All right, you want us to move on?
So we're gonna come back to these later at our January.
Yeah,
meeting.
we're going to talk about next steps in a moment, but yes.
Okay, because like I wouldn't want to do one of these things on here.
All right. Next. Oh, we've done them all. Let's go all the way back up to number one, and we'll recap them real quick.
The operational.
That was the one with two.
We didn't do governance, did we?
Yeah, no.
Oh, we didn't. Where was governance?
Excuse me.
Did we miss that one? Oh, please tell me. we did. Yeah, there's a bunch of those there.
This one right here, good governance.
Did we do that one?
I don't think it was one of the, so we can build that one if we need to. Yeah.
Back
so
up, back up.
This is where the,
Oh, okay.
we start.
Uh-oh. Can you go ahead and create that really quick? Sorry.
Want me to
In the
take
rush.
HDMI off to do
Huh?
it? You want to take it off here to do it quick?
Yeah. You want another break? This will take just a couple of minutes.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Peeps are back in the office, they're happy.
Good governance.
There's, to use the technical term,
Right.
there are 50
And we're part of like 50.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
And there need to be two being generous.
So,
That, yeah, that, I don't think that's from us.
Yeah.
And,
Yes, sir.
It's right now, you're in.
I need a lot of
And Joss?
Develop realistic.
That's why your colleagues got the money, right?
Oh, Mr. Maloney's got all the.
Develop realistic.
He's got all the.
And achieve.
He's got 33 million. I only have total work. All the pennies.
Hey, Bill, hey, don't just say public works and transportation.
And he's a double dipper. He's got all.
Last one, I will make another.
What about your capital?
About that.
Bill, Councilwoman
Shared vision.
Young,
Reevaluate.
your claim, the one and only.
To accountability and
I don't think so. Thank you, Don. How are you? Glad you got me for that 10 other things that need to
1, 2, 3, 4.
He always gives me the right problem.
to share value slash,
Councilman Freeman.
I'm trying to get a price.
Okay.
We're good?
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, does it save? Did it save?
did you link it?
Yep, it's running.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, real good.
So there's 10, just 11 here. We got all of them right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. I see 11.
Yeah.
We cut them into
Because
sections.
I put this together and put strategic accountability, and then these are, I want to work on council fees and budgets, which will come with that doesn't.
All right, so we're fine with this?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, put the HDMI back in.
Sounds good. Then I can accurate.
All right. Thank you for that. Pause for a word from our sponsors. Hold it, do one thing. Go up to visual settings.
So take a just time check on the.
Scroll all the way down. Total results, click that so we can see the count. Show on chart. Okay, there we
So
go.
we're moving to the open discussion in 5, we're moving to open discussion in 5 minutes, but we still need to do this and big goals.
We're fine.
Or goal steps, yeah.
All right, let's do it. Vote. Okay. Here is the here's the good governance one. I apologize for, they can't, that's not all of them.
Thank you, sir.
You will, thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's 7 here technically.
Huh?
There's 7 here.
There are 11.
I will only work on council days.
That goes along with the needs and resources.
Okay.
That one kept me out of the
Oh.
I think we captured resources.
Melanie said we captured all the
I think we captured resources.
We did, we put it up
And some-
with budget at 5.
Yeah, I
All right,
think that's
okay,
covered,
all
if you're
right,
comfortable
all right.
with that.
The joining is
And
on
this one is just the other one, all the other ones are in there.
social government events.
And then the social, I guess we can do joint meetings with other governments slash social.
In other words, we don't spend 24 hours a day working.
Oh, you collapsed a couple of them. All right, okay. Okay, so we did some combining of very closely related ones there. So let's go ahead and vote it.
All right, it should be visible. And then,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 observed here. Because we combined.
Oh,
So
I see
one-
what you're saying.
all
I
the
got you.
slashes.
All right. So we combined them into single statements.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You say I'll only work on council day?
I believe that. Yeah. And then there's new list of that. being stepped out, and so we shall have a vote.
I'm gonna ask them how comfortable they are with that. I mean, just generally.
Here's five. With you guys. Just five. Yeah. Okay. They chose that.
So we've got 5 planned down.
It says we're clean.
Somebody started over 4.
I did, I was just making sure I was clear.
And we only got 4 on the last one. Somebody's decided to check out. Okay, I think the last time we only had 4. Is anybody still working? Do you want us to wait, or you want us to go on?
Go.
Go. All right. So here you go. Number 1, about what does good governance looks like? What are objectives to drive good governance? 1, develop realistic and achievable goals. Yay, that's what we're doing today. Shared vision, reach a shared vision, all of council agreement. You're going to get an opportunity when you adopt this plan to do exactly that. Accountability on success metrics and the implementation of the strategic plan. Again, we'll be working alongside of you with that. Reevaluate the plan and adjust. That's the recalibration idea. Periodically, let's make sure we're going to have the ability to do course corrections. And then finally, let's be good partners, in effect. Joint meetings with other governments within the county, both substantive and social kinds of events. So really 3 tiers there. First and most important thing, to develop the goals. Let's get a shared vision and hold ourselves accountable. Calibrate and reach out. That makes sense? Anything to drop, add? All right, go to the next one, William. So the last little voting activity we're going to do is, so remember, we've been out 15 years ago, looking back on today. What are the important things that we decided to do over the long term? Now I'm asking you to really bring your focus back and say, all right, if all of that stuff we just talked about is true over whatever it is, the life of this plan, now we're in the present. We're back in 2021. And you've got a next year's budget coming up pretty soon. What are the most important things of all these things you've talked about that ought to be considered immediate priorities? And this one is a little bit, it's similar to the ranking that you just did. It's an up vote, down vote. So you'll have the opportunity to list the 5 things, up to 5 things you think are the most important things that we can do as an organization in the short term, and then you'll either be able to vote up, thumbs up, or thumbs down if you agree with what your other colleagues are putting up, and we'll see what comes out as a ranked list. Does everybody understand? So you get to type it in. Where before in the prioritization you saw arrows up and down and you rearranged the list. In this case, you upvote, downvote. So you got 3 votes. Yep, I really like that. I don't like that, or neutral. You don't do it, give it either one. Then it'll do the math. All right.
Oh, wait.
Those say, I wonder if I can adjust the visual settings while they're doing this,
Make it bigger.
so they're easier to see. Go up there, visual settings. I'll scroll down to font, no, to a message item. Scroll, 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 and then go up, pick here. You see where it says smallest?
Yeah.
And pick the next one up. Yeah.
Okay.
Develop and approve a strategic plan in Q1 2022. Use that plan. Branding, tell our own story. Agree on strategic priorities and metrics. Staff salaries. So again, we've got, you got the ability on your screen now to upvote or downvote those, or leave them where they are.
One more.
Communicate the plan to the citizens.
And again, we're just saying, yeah, this is just, yeah, we agree it's good, no, we don't, that's what.
Or leave it alone, meaning you're neutral on it. You say, yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I think that's not a great, it's not a, let me rephrase it. This is a really important priority to me. This is less important. I'm neutral on that.
Okay.
So here we've got one. So one person here on the staff salaries has said, that's a thumbs up for me. Now two. The others, there's no up or down on it. If you get a down vote, somebody try one, or you'll see it in a minute. There'll be a bar this way showing there's a down vote. And we've got, let's see, so it's up to 5 times. 5 times 5 is 25. We could have as many as 25.
Yes, you don't do anything.
Thank you.
And I could just hit the summary, just one script.
I think you said, if you agree that it's a priority, though you're neutral, you don't do
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
18 there, assuming there's no downvotes.
Hmm?
Assuming there's no downvotes. 18.
Don't appear to be any yet.
Okay.
Well, I guess there could be. That could be a net positive.
Yeah.
Is everybody done? I think so. All right, so that's interesting. So you're saying here that, well, I've only got 6, but strong consensus that the two most important things you can do as a council in the immediate term, one is adopt this plan and get to work on it. use it in the budget process. And second is to start telling our own story. The next tier says agree on strategic priorities and our metrics and deal with staff salaries. And then the third tier is make sure we're budgeting responsibly and then communicating what we've done here today out to the citizens, to make sure the public knows what our strategic intent is. Does that sound right to you? Does it sound, maybe is there a better way to ask the question? Does that look wrong to anybody? Anybody want to say, you know what? I'm not sure we've landed in the right spot.
I'll just say, I wrote the agree on our strategic priorities and metrics, which I think is fully encompassed in the number one thing about the strategic planning thing.
Say that again, I missed it.
So.
Agree on metrics and priorities.
Yeah, so I was the person that wrote that. But then after I wrote that, somebody wrote to develop and approve the strategic plan and use that in our budget process. And from my perspective, the thing that I wrote falls up under.
It's simple, yeah, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
If you did your plan right, then.
That's right. That's right. Certainly the priorities.
Right.
Are we going to be at metrics in December, January? I don't know, we'll see. Yeah. Okay. What do you think? All right, so we'll capture that when we figure out this pretty graphic for our report. This is what will show up here in what we call the bold steps. So this is the long term, the vision, the goals, the objectives, and this is the right now that we've got to begin to work on. Woody, let's go back to the... So it is doing a time check. We're a little over time now, but we've only got a couple of things really left to talk about. This one is what I call reflection. So I'm just going to ask you to reflect on the day. You've done a lot of work. We pushed a lot of stuff at you today, and let's sort of recap what you did. And they're not all in the final form, but you articulated, talked to us about what the elements of your vision for the community and the organization, but primarily for the community. You articulated for us what you think are the important elements of your mission, getting it concrete and specific about what we're here to do and who we're doing it for. You then assessed your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and identified how we're going to know if we're making progress towards our vision and our mission. And then you identified 7 strategic goals and some set of objectives. I don't know what the count is, because we've got some wordsmithing to do. So, how do you think? How do you feel about it? Thoughts, reactions, and let me engage the people in the back of the room as well too. Any thoughts you have? Have we landed in a good spot? Are you comfortable that this was a day worth spending together? You won't hurt our feelings. Go ahead. Anybody, front and back, the whole room.
Well, I'm happy.
Okay, good.
Yes, I think it was good. As a new council member, I'm glad we all got to sit and talk and come up with this and put it all up there so you could see it. So I think it's good.
Is there anything we missed? Is anybody going to walk out of here and say, boy, I wish I'd said this? Go ahead.
In the back.
Thanks, staff.
What did we miss?
We never dealt with this thing over here.
I encourage. No, I would just say, just working with the team in general, I think that this, if nothing else, is a very good opportunity for us to do just this, to sit here and hear what the folks who are making the policies think through about how they see and how they are thinking about going forward. And so maybe that'll help us have a better insight as to how we can assist them as they make their various policy decisions, whether it's this particular project or other things that they might be working with us on, department specific or county-wide. So again, I'm very
I'm very happy that we were able to do this.
It's very often, Mr. Brown, that we hear words like that separate and apart from kind of the concrete that we deal with, the thought that it's time well spent, that we invested a day to get to know each other better, to spend time talking about important issues facing the organization and the community outside of the pressure of the agenda item that you've got to vote on next. And so if nothing else, I hope that you feel like you understand each other better and will work better as a team. What is this gonna cause you to do differently? Anything? How will things be different as a result of that, whatever it has been, 8 hours you spent here today? Or what do you hope to be different?
I think council members that have attempted to focus on the same goals, same ideas, we know where we're coming from, you know, who bought into certain things.
Yeah, one of the things that you said early in the day, and I could probably fish around and find it, but it was the idea of how do we begin to think and act as a body on behalf of the whole of the community and be, while certainly not indifferent to the needs of your district, but prioritizing those things for the collective good. So maybe it'll help you in that regard, having spent this time. Let me talk to you just very quickly about next steps, and then we'll be done. More than 10 minutes early. So we've got several to-dos for you. So we will write all of this up, document what we learned. We'll probably do just a little wordsmithing to polish up some of the words, and while we hope maintaining your intent, we'll finalize goals and objectives and the totality of kind of what we did in time for your upcoming January planning retreat. And based on what emerges from that in terms of any revisions or additional direction that the council provides, we'll then iterate the document one more time, and that will be your chance to modify, change, add, subtract, and then have an approvable document moving forward. Does anybody else have any other things that they think we ought to consider about what comes next? That's kind of our plan. Does that work for you guys?
When-ish is the summary report? And
I gotta ask Melanie that. She runs that.
So our goal is to have, an outline of the mission, vision, goals, some of the outcomes that come from today by December 7th in preparation for the next council meeting, December 14th. And then, as David mentioned, in January, the planning retreat will occur, and we are hoping to have kind of final objectives and goals as a outcome of that January meeting for a deliverable in February.
Thank you.
Well.
Great. So with that, we want to thank you. We want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. We want to thank you for your hard work, and we look forward to moving forward with you in the